Greetings, brohams! What the dillio? Welcome to the back library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Wow, yeah, I see that. Thank you, Super Shops. Thanks, Omeg. Yeah, thank you, Mari. It's already past 500. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't know how many of those are bots. I mean, I hate to say that, but my first thought when I saw that big of a jump was, well, I'm waiting for YouTube to pull the rug out from under me already. By the way, I know that you, Mari, are trying to reach, let me get that link. I know you're trying to reach 300 on the Twitch. So, if anyone is currently watching this as a VOD or is lurking in the background and you'd want to show Haunted Marianne some love, please consider giving her a subscribe over on Twitch. We'd love to see her reach that number by the new year. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. Merry Christmas to all of you. Guess I know grinding your sword became the ultimate sub booster. You know... Yeah, and I just, tonight, earlier, about an hour or so ago, I posted part 22. That is the finale. The finale, 11 to go before the big Mari's Forced to Play Library of Ruina stream. Sure, absolutely, Mari. I want to see you get there. Yeah, the Grinding the Sword, the finale was, posted earlier tonight. It was not planned to fall on Christmas. I don't know how it happened. It was a Christmas miracle. It just happened to land with the final Grinding My Sword on Christmas. So, yay! That's up on YouTube now. I'm not going to post the link because I don't have it on me. And thank you everyone who watched any of or all of the 12 streams of Christmas Eve last night. That took it out of me. I finally had a decent meal, not a big Christmas dinner or anything. It wasn't anything with family this year, but yeah, got a little bit of rest, not as much as I would have liked, but whatever. Insomnia, yay! Woo, insomnia. So Merry Christmas to all. Tonight we're going to be doing just a also Merry Christmas, everyone. Yes, Merry Christmas to you, Mari. Oh, one other thing I do have to mention with the YouTube numbers. The thing that made me happy, it's not even the number of subscribers. I checked my other analytics, and I know this sounds nuts, maybe for something to be super excited about, but I'm getting the female audience. I had, my numbers were 58% male, 42% female, and most of the VTuber audiences I see are overwhelmingly male, by both for male VTubers and for female VTubers. So I'm getting the female audience. Don't know how that works, but I'm happy about it. It tells me though I really do need to start expanding my content. Yeah, congrats, you talk to women now. Yeah, I know, it's so weird talking to women. Some other things later this week. Tomorrow night we're going to be playing Forward to the Sky, which I don't know anything about, except it's some Japanese-ish platformer adventure thing, anime girl with a big sword. On Friday night, I will be playing Jackie Chan's Action Kung Fu on the NES. Mattman's got Sedib. Gotcha, I had to read that backward. Congratulations. Thank you, Super Shoffs. You know, it's probably just because I did a few promotions on some of the shorts and they wound up in someone's feed, so I don't know if it's something where people are actually looking for it or it just happened that way, but still, it was a nice Christmas surprise. So we'll be playing those this week. Next week, I honestly don't know what I have lined up. I haven't decided on anything for New Year's Eve yet. And I want to wait on Lobotomy Corporation until after January 4th, because someone made it clear that not to do it on January 4th, so we will do it probably the second or third week of January. I am looking forward to Lobotomy Corporation. He's growing up so fast. Remember us when you're famous. I don't think I will ever be, but thank you very much, Mari. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, but thank you. Yeah, so I don't know what's planned yet, but yeah, we'll work something out for next week. Hi, it's me. I'm that person. Hey, you were one of the first other VTubers online talent to follow me, so I really appreciate you, Mari. I'm the one who made him buy Lobotomy Court. Yeah, honestly, that's true. You kept playing it, and you kept mentioning it, and mentioning it, and mentioning it, and mentioning it, and I went ahead and bought it. And I am looking forward to it. I want to see just how much I'm going to fail, because I have a feeling that it's gonna be a debacle. So tonight's just a chill stream. I don't want to play any more games. I played enough games last night, and yeah, for a while, even though I'm doing it again tomorrow night. Tonight is just going to be a while back on my Twitter page and on my YouTube community page. I ran a poll asking, hey, should I start showing off the stuff that's in the library, the Blu-rays and the DVDs, and maybe eventually video games? And surprisingly, people voted yes. So tonight, we're just going to look at the Blu-rays that are in my library, which I have cataloged online. And I'll discuss a few of the highlights. And you'll get a chance to see just how crazy eclectic my tastes are. Question, do you have a Discord? I would like to see if there's an option for VC. I do not have a Discord at the moment. I'm not sure. I haven't decided if I'm going to set up a Discord yet. If I do, that will be something that comes down the road. I'm not super familiar with Discord. I haven't used it. Lobotomy Corp, not approved by JFK's sister. I'm not super familiar with Discord. I haven't used it that much. I used it briefly for a while to follow some other people's accounts, and I typically just do X, Twitter. Yeah. But sometime I might set up a Discord. We'll see. That'll be down the road. Okay, so today we're just going to look, and you can get an idea of just how crazy eclectic my tastes are, because they are crazy and eclectic. There's a startling few number of lobotomies in the corporation. I don't dealing with the sound machine and the orchestra. I can only imagine. Boy, yeah, that. I'll tell you, I think I'm gonna fail miserably at that just because I'm bad at management games. The only management game I really ever tried to play, and this was years ago, was it was called Afterlife, and it was sort of like SimCity, except it was building the heaven and hell of an alien world. It was a really neat game, but yeah, I just came down to the small management stuff. I couldn't get anywhere. I was great at building the heavens and the hells, but not at managing all the stuff to go with it. Okay, so that said, you'll be fine. Silent Orchestra doesn't come past day 20 because it's one of the more difficult ones. Well, you already said you expect me to be knocked out before day 15, so if need be, I will jump in to help. I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll probably need all the help I can get, and I need to start paying really, really close attention to some of your streams, because I've been watching them, and a lot of times had them on too while I've been working. And I need to start really digging in there and seeing the ins and outs of the thing. It's a lot going on, but I'm looking forward to it. And looking forward to, in this coming year, doing some other stuff. Doing my first karaoke stream, doing, I don't know, I know I've mentioned some sort of an ASMR thing, just trying to freshen it up, do something different. Okay, so that being said, let me go ahead and take us to the digital version of the Blu-ray catalog. Which is going to be the same background as the game room, because I didn't want to set up a different one. Where's the button? Okay, now, ooh, I forgot. I meant to copy over my BGM into this. Let me just do that real quick, because I don't want it to be silent the entire time. All right, there we go. There we go. That's fixed it. Okay. Now, as far as cataloging my movies, I use a website called Blu-ray.com. I'm going to be level with you. I have a love-hate relationship with this website. I like the website because they've got good catalog software. I like the website because they do post good home video news as far as things that are coming out. And I do keep up with that. That's been one of my hobbies for years, has been collecting DVDs and Blu-rays and the like. But I don't like the website because as of late, a lot of their reviews have been, I'll go ahead and hammer them for this, I don't care. A lot of their reviews have been, how do I put it? They feel like they're AI generated. Some of them are in depth, but other ones, they are just phoned in. You could tell they're copying and pasting, and sometimes they're missing things that I've noticed about certain titles, like damage to audio tracks and whatnot. I also used to use their message board under a different account. I don't do it anymore, and the reason is because it seems like they had certain political leanings, and it one of those things that got kind of annoying. Ew, yeah. Especially, I'll tell you, Mari, where it got worse, the worst, is with their anime reviews. Some of their anime Blu-ray reviews, it's literally reading the exact same review every single time. When they talk about the video quality, all they ever say is it's the same line about how, but having it on disc is a better bit rate than you're going to get with streaming. Well, anyone knows that. You're not telling me anything noteworthy whatsoever. Okay, so today we're just going to do Blu-rays. We're not going to do DVDs because I need to update my DVD information. Elite, hey everyone, hope you guys have a nice Christmas and happy holidays. Gonna lurk. That's fine. Enjoy your lurk. Greetings. Welcome in, Elite. Nice to see you. Hope you had a good Christmas as well. Let me take a hydration break real quick just because I am super thirsty. Akira, yes. Hope you rested well after those 12 streams. Honestly, Elite, no. I slept for a few hours, then I woke up and realized I needed to post a certain video short. Then when I started to post it, the audio, even though it was a public domain and a public use audio track, got flagged by YouTube's AI, so I spent like an hour having to re-encode it and get that uploaded because I wanted it to be there for Christmas, and then I went back to sleep for a couple more hours. I got a good 6+ hours, so I should be, I mean, that's fine. That's normal. So where should I begin? 101 Dalmatians, nothing to say about that except, Super Shops, permission granted to have coffee for the hydration break or Red Bull if you have. No, I'm just having my, my carbonated water like usual. I don't have any, I don't think I've even got any caffeine on hand. The truth is, I rarely drink coffee. I used to drink coffee all the time, but anymore I don't. I drink cola, but not much coffee. And even cola, I try not to because I just started getting worried about it damaging my teeth. Don't ever want to damage them because I could tell that things, especially, I always go back to that previous career. That previous career, I drank a lot of soda, and I could tell that it was starting to cause me some dental issues, so that sort of led me to backing off sooner rather than later. Okay, the 101 Dalmatians, nothing to say about that, except that's a Disney Movie Club exclusive where they reissued it in a different cover art. Because the original was out of print at that point. When Disney used to do their put stuff back in the vault, which I hate to say it, but I actually miss that because I think stuff got better releases when they would put stuff back in the vault and then they'd pull it out again in 7 years or 10 years. I think you got, I think you turned out better with more upgrades than you do now that they keep everything on the shelf and they really don't care at all about their home video audience. Disney does not care about their home video audience. All they care about is their streaming, and even with their streaming, they don't care about catalog titles, which we'll get to with some of these. 1776, good musical. Really not too much to say about that Blu-ray, except it's the director's cut and the theatrical cut. But yeah, nice musical about the birth of America. I like it. 1941, I do want to mention that. This, a lot of people have not seen 1941. 1941 was Steven Spielberg's lone comedy that he did. It was co-written by Robert Zemeckis. It bombed. This was Steven Spielberg's, before he did his remake of West Side Story, this was Steven Spielberg's big bomb. And part of that is there's just too much going on. And the Blu-ray has two versions. It's got the theatrical cut, which it just seems like it's a bunch of jokes, but without a lot of plot. And then it's got the an extended cut, one of Spielberg's only extended director's cuts he's done, which is super long. The movie comes to like 2.5, 3 hours for a comedy. The problem is, that's the version you need to watch because that's the version that makes the most sense. That's the one that doesn't feel like it's a bunch of slapstick without a point. But it's also too long for what a comedy is. Spielberg's birthday was a week ago. Hope it went well. Yeah. I hope it did too. 1941, though, really, it bombed, but I highly recommend people see this, even if it is long, the 3-hour version. 1941 is fun. And as much as I love John Wayne, apparently John Wayne was asked to be in it, and he declined because he thought it was anti-America. Because the movie basically pokes fun at America and Japan and a little bit of Germany, but mostly America and Japan during World War II. Just basically painting both sides as completely inept. But it's a funny movie. It's a good movie, but yeah, it's one of those things that I think that turned off a lot of people because even though it had already been 40 years since World War II when it came out, or almost 40 years, it was one of those too soon type things. So whatever. I think it's worth seeing. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, that was a Disney Movie Club exclusive. Disney Movie Club is closed. The Blu-ray is a great transfer, but it is lacking every single special feature from the DVD. I don't know Spielberg for his musicals, not my type. Yeah, the only musical I know he's done is West Side Story. 1941 is not a musical. It is just a straight-up comedy, and it's good. It's underrated. It's a lot going on, but it's good. It's one of those ones that's a hidden gem, I think. But yeah, Disney Movie Club out of business, and unfortunately most of their Blu-rays they put out as exclusives, they left off all the special features. So it's one of those things where got to hold on to the DVD if you want them. 2001, I'm not going to go through each and every of these one by one, but a few of these early ones I need to. 2001's this is the reissue that came out the same time as the 4K. I chose to just buy the Blu-ray and not the 4K. I have a 4K player, but I'm going to tell you a little thing about 4K and about movies on 4K, which got talked about early on when 4K was first and 4K UHD was first starting to hit the formats. And then it disappeared. And it's like because the companies didn't want people talking about the truth of it, at least that's the way I feel, is a lot of people were asking, hey, why aren't these older movies being released in 4K? And you had a few film people, I don't remember who it was, but it came out at one point when a company was defending releasing just a 2K scan instead of a 4K scan of a movie. And I know I'm getting in the weeds now, but one of the comments that was made was there's little point to it unless you're doing restoration, because 35mm film, the resolution, is roughly equivalent to 2K, which is regular high definition. And as far as HDR, the expanded color on 4K discs, it was said that the color resolution of film is roughly equivalent to that of HD. So HDR is going beyond what the natural color of the original film is, so it's changing it, and the resolution is above what the film would be, so it's a blow up of the film. So in a lot of cases, when you're talking movies, not necessarily 2001, because that was shot 70 millimeter, but when you're talking most movies like Alien, things that were shot 35 millimeter, the dirty little secret, and a lot of people, some people say, hey, that's not true, but this has always stuck in my head since I've heard it. The dirty secret that I heard is they're roughly equivalent to high definition, so when you get into 4K, you're actually changing it from what it was originally format-wise. Okay, so in any case, 2001, I picked up just the Blu-ray because, and one reason was I just didn't see enough of a difference with the 4K disc, and I still don't. Nothing to say about 2010. Nothing really to say about 633 Squadron and the Mosquito Squadron, which are war movies. Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, it's a Ray Harryhausen movie. A lot of fun. I think that's out of print. 8 Diagram Pole Fighter, Shaw Brothers movie. Nothing much to say about that. Absent Minded Professor is a Disney Club exclusive. I think it shows it's a black and white movie, but the artwork's in color, and I think they did that because there were plans to do a colorized version, I seem to remember, but that was nixed at some point. Absolutely Fabulous, the movie. I don't know what to say about that. If you've seen the TV show Absolutely Fabulous, this is the movie. If you haven't seen Absolutely Fabulous, the movie's still worth seeing. You don't need to have seen the series. It's a lot of fun. The Abyss, 4K plus Blu-ray plus digital. I think everyone knows what The Abyss is, and unfortunately, I guess James Cameron went a bit heavy-handed with the noise reduction and made things look a bit too smooth. But that's James Cameron. He likes to remove all the grain. And by the way, if this stream is getting really boring, anyone could just tell me, hey, you're putting us to sleep, man. Thanks for the ASMR. Ace High, Spaghetti Western. Not much to say there. The only thing to say about Ace High, best ASMR. Thanks, Omegs. Only thing to say about Eli Wallach in Ace High is it also stars Terrence Hill and Bud Spencer, as seen in that picture right there. And we just played the video game Terrence Hill and Bud Spencer in Slaps and Beans. So they did a lot of movies together, Italian movies, spaghetti westerns, crimes, comedies, etc. and so forth. So there you go. There's the one that I know of that I have a Terrence Hill and Bud Spencer movie to go with the video games. Addams Family with more Mamushka edition. This is the Blu-ray reissue. It has both the theatrical version. I can't speak. I'm still hungover, I think, from yesterday. It has both the theatrical cut and an extended version there was a Mamushka dance scene that was, so this has an extended version of that. Now, the thing about this, it was released both Blu-ray and 4K. This is one of those releases where Paramount put it out separately. The 4K version did not include a Blu-ray copy, and one of my personal rules is if I have to, with 4K, and this goes back to what I said earlier about the 4K being a blow-up, arguably, of 35mm film, depending on who you ask, and the HDR being arguably not accurate to original theater color, depending on who you ask. If I have to choose between the Blu-ray and the 4K, I'm going to choose the Blu-ray. If it doesn't include a copy of the Blu-ray, with very few exceptions, unless it's a movie I can't get except on 4K, I'm going to buy the Blu-ray copy. And I'm going to buy the Blu-ray copy because it's more compatible with equipment. 4K discs are more likely to suffer from skipping and such because of how much information is packed on there, so the layers are more pressed together, at least from my understanding. I need to make sure my phone's on. Yes, it is. Yeah, so in that case, that was a case where I had to make a choice between the 4K and the Blu-ray. I chose the Blu-ray. Addams Family Values, Blu-ray copy, nothing to say there. This is the second Galaxy. It's hard to read the title on there because the way they print it, but this is Adieu Galaxy Express 999. Both the English dub and the Japanese with subtitles. Nice release from Discotheque. A lot of people complained because the original company, I'm forgetting their name now. Gosh, I can't. It's leaving. It's just jumped out of my skull. The original production company, I think Toei. Toei overcleaned it. They removed all the grain. Discotheque went back, and this is legit the perfect stream for ASMR. Thanks, Omegs. And we're only on the first page. Hopefully the others will go more quickly. They over-scrubbed it. I guess Discotheque added some fake grain back in to make up for it. I think it looks good. Some people complain about it. Honestly, I wouldn't have even known it had been over-scrubbed if I hadn't been told they added fake grain back in. Looks fine to me. Well, at least perfect stream for good in the background. Well, good. Yeah, I mean, that's good too. Hey, if y'all are lurking, enjoy your lurk. Do some drawing, do some work. Play with Christmas toys if that's what you're into. I don't know why I said that. I was just picturing me as a little kid when I used to turn the TV on, messing about with stuff. Hydration break. Hold on just a moment. Adventure in Time and Space is a docudrama about the birth of Doctor Who. I don't know how true it is to reality, but it's a fun little diversion. And the guy they got to play the first Doctor, to portray actor William Hart. Now, I can't think of his name, but he was in the Harry Potter movies. Excellent choice. Adventures in Babysitting. This is the original, not the remake. Part of me, I still can't believe Disney made a remake of Adventures in Babysitting. If you've never seen Adventures in Babysitting, it is a fun 80s movie. This is one of those movies that used to air a lot in syndication. It is a fun 80s movie. It's also one of those examples of why I hate the way Disney does their releases, because it's a Disney release. They labeled it 25th anniversary edition. It doesn't have a single special feature on it. I don't know if it even has the trailer. Disney, a few other companies have done it, but they'll label stuff as if it's a special edition while it has nothing on it. The Adventures of Hercules 2. This is one I need to talk about. Now, later on, we're going to come to the first Hercules movie with Lou Ferrigno. Lou Ferrigno did 2 Hercules movies. Well, he kind of did 2. There's this, and there's Hercules. This one had a couple of titles. It was released as Hercules 2, is released as The Adventures of Hercules, so the cover is The Adventures of Hercules 2. This is one of the most amazing Hollywood screw jobs I've ever heard about. This is the stuff of legend, and I don't know why it isn't talked about more. So Lou Ferrigno is the guy who played the Incredible Hulk. He played the Green Monster, the Green Monster version of the Hulk himself in the TV series. He was starting to be sought to play in different Muscle Men movies, and Cannon Films approached him. Cannon Films, low-budget company. Cannon Films strikes a deal with him, but the deal is, I want to make a Hercules movie because one of his big icons, idols, was an actor named Steve Reeves who played in the original Italian Hercules movie. So they make 2 movies with him, 2 Gladiator movies. They make Hercules, and there's another movie. I don't know what the other movie's called. It could have been like the 7 Magnificent Gladiators, something like that. So that movie, that second movie, Hercules, comes out. It's basically, I'll talk about it later, but it's a bizarre movie. It's really weird, but it's really fun to watch. It does well. The second movie is a disaster, and they're afraid to put it in theaters, and it is super boring. And so you got the producers, Golan and Globus. You got, I think it's Golan at that point, Menachem Golan, talking to the director, asking, hey, is there anything we can do to fix this? And the answer is basically no. There's nothing we can do. And then they look at and say, well, what if couldn't we have Lou Ferrigno come in and do another Hercules movie? Well, no, we can't, not unless we renegotiate his contract. If that's the case, he's going to want to get paid again in full, the full deal for that movie in addition to this movie. So then they look and say, hey, we have about so many weeks worth of reshoots for this cruddy movie with Lou Ferrigno, where we could pay him just scale. We don't have to renegotiate anything. We could just pay him scale. We could pay him basically the equivalent of minimum wage for these reshoots, which he's obligated to do. Can we have him come in, and can we write a script for a Hercules 2? Can we have him come in and shoot a bunch of scenes and tell him they're scenes for this other movie and not tell him that they are for a Hercules sequel, and then shoot around him and then piece it together in edit and release it as Hercules 2? And the answer was, I guess so. So they bring in actor Lou Ferrigno, have him tell him he's doing reshoots for this Gladiator movie, when in fact, they were shooting scenes with him, never referring to him as Hercules, for Hercules 2. And with the, shooting separate scenes with all the other actors referring to him as Hercules, because that was the easy part, and then piecing it together in edit. So they basically conned him into doing a Hercules sequel that he didn't know he was making and that he wasn't getting paid for. And then I think that's that. Now, I don't know for sure, but I think that's why it was released as Adventures of Hercules in some places, because I think they were hoping maybe he won't realize it's a separate movie if we just title it, the same as the first one and add Adventures to the beginning. They'll just think it's the same movie. So yeah, this is the Hercules movie where they just shot it around him. It's like Bruce Lee Game of Death, where, hey, he's already dead. Let's take a bunch of his footage and slap it together and shoot some stand-ins, and there you go, Bruce Lee movie. Yeah, so Adventures of Hercules 2. I wonder what Lou Ferrigno's reaction was to that. I've never read anything about it, but yeah, that happened. They made a Hercules movie without telling the actor he was making a Hercules movie. Oh, and the ending to it also. I know I'm boring everyone to death by now, but the ending to it, they ran out of time for the reshoots, so they basically did an anime. I'm spoiling it, I don't care. They did an animated version of the... they took the ending from the first Hercules, the final battle, and they decided, we'll take this and we'll rotoscope animate it into constellations and have Hercules fighting the whoever the evil king was as constellations in the heavens, but they'll look like constellations because we're going to rotoscope animate it. So not only is Hercules in this thing, Lou Ferrigno in this without knowing he's in a Hercules movie, and it's just pasted together, but the whole ending is the final battle is the final battle from the first movie. They just drew over it with crayons. I think that's awesome. Greatest screw job ever. Again, sorry if I'm boring anyone with that, but to me, that's just one of the greatest stories no one talks about. Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad, fun and fancy free. It's a nice Disney collection if you can get it. I don't know if it's still in print or not. They were both package films. Fun and Fancy Free had Mickey and the Beanstalk and something else. And this, it says 2-movie collection. It's actually a 3-movie collection because it includes the movie The Reluctant Dragon, the full movie version, not the animated short, because that was a Disney movie which was about like the formation of their studio, and then had an animated short of The Reluctant Dragon stuck in the middle of it. And sometimes they cut that out and just release it individually. So yeah, this is a nice set. Fun and Fancy Free is not the best restoration. It was over cleaned because Disney doesn't know what they're doing when it comes to restoration. The House of Mouse does not know what they're doing. That's going to be something you'll hear a lot today. Adventures of Robin Hood, nothing to say there. Abba and Costello in Africa Screams. This is something I have just because I'm an idiot. So this was restored by the 3D Archive, and they made a big deal out of their restoration. And the 3D Archive does restorations of, as put in their title, 3D films. I'm a big fan of Blu-ray 3D. I still have my 3D TV. I don't watch as much as I wish I did, but I wish 3D TVs would come back. Because 3D TVs, especially passive, not active shutter, were easy on the eyes and were awesome. So Africa Screams I bought because I thought it was and it's a limited edition. I thought it was it was a 3D movie, like the 3D Africa. It must have been the 3D Abbott and Costello movie. No, it's not 3D. It turns out it was just restored by the 3D archive, and I didn't realize that until I popped the thing in my player, and well, there's $25 I ain't getting back. I mean, it's fine. It's not something I get rid of. But yeah. Peter Sellers, After the Fox. Decent comedy movie. The ending is kind of melancholy. Reminds me of how much I hate entropy and getting old, but it's one of those movies I'm going to mention now that you're probably going to forget about, but worth seeing, I still think. Haran-san wa Hakanai. I wish they would have anglicized and localized that title. Sometimes localizing is a good thing. That's a cute series. I, Tenchi Muyo, I am going to mention this. This is a series of Tenchi Muyo shorts that, if each one's like 5-10 minutes, and if you connect them all together, they form about the length of a complete movie. And I guess the story is based around what was intended to be a Tenchi Muyo movie that didn't get made. It's worth seeing, and like I said, it's about 2 hours. You can, especially if you skip the opening credits on all and closing on all of them, you can zap through it real fast. I wish it had a play function where it would just automatically take those out. But I love Tenchi Muyo. That's something which, as we go further, I'll mention I really wish would get Blu-ray releases for the other Tenchis. Airplane, Airplane 2, Airport, the complete collection, all 4 Airport movies. If you guys haven't heard of Airport, they're a bunch of airplane-themed disaster movies. So if you're afraid of flying, you're in luck. I love the first one. The others are all kind of hit or miss. Cash Aggressor Records of Bastard Magic Instructor. Nothing much to say about this. Typical anime, unfortunately, that ends in sort of a sequel setup where we're never going to get another series. So, Akira, as mentioned by Omegs earlier, this is the, is it the 25th or 35th anniversary edition? This is the 25th anniversary edition. It's a nice, it's a decent edition from Funimation. It has both of the different English dub tracks. The only bad thing is the Streamline dub, which would be my pick just because I love old Streamline dubs. There's some audio leakage. It just sounds like they didn't get balanced right, but Disney, Aladdin, Alice in Wonderland. I want to say this might have been a movie club exclusive slip cover for Alice in Wonderland, but it's Alice in Wonderland. Alien Anthology, which really isn't an anthology anymore. I don't know if this set is out of print or not. I think it is, but this, to me, this is one of those must-own Blu-ray sets just because it's got 2 versions of each movie. Each movie has both the theatrical cut and the either director's cut or special edition or semi-work print producer's cut in the case of Alien 3. I think Alien 3, if you were to combine both the theatrical cut and the producer's cut, different things from them would be a really, really good movie. So that's something I kind of wish we'd get a producer's cut. Man, I can't believe I'm only on the first page. I'm going to have to speed this up, y'all. Alita, nothing much to say there, except I really like that it's a Blu-ray 3D plus 4K plus Blu-ray. They really put everything in there. All That Jazz is an interesting movie about supposedly about the life of, it's a fictionalized about the life of Bob Fosse, I guess, if he would have let himself and burnout and everything else kill him, which he didn't. But All That Jazz, it's not really a musical. It's got musical parts, but it's more of a drama. It is interesting. It is good, and Roy Scheider is fantastic in it. I think this is probably the last big one I'm going to mention on this page. Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold is one of 2 Canon Films Indiana Jones ripoffs. They did a remake of King Solomon's Mines, which was Alan Quatermain, and they did a follow-up, Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold. This is it's not a great movie. It's fun to watch if you're looking for a cheap Indiana Jones ripoff with actor Richard Chamberlain. It's which you never expect him in that type of role, but he does a good job with it. It's fun to watch. Also features Cassandra Peterson, aka Elvira, in really a non-speaking role, and James Earl Jones in a role that I'm guessing he regrets or regretted posthumously. Whatever. But it's unfortunate Blu-ray because the movie was in theaters in stereo. The DVD is stereo. For some reason, the Olive Blu-ray is mono. And if you get it from the German Blu-rays, I guess, are in stereo, but this one, which was from Olive Films, which is now out of print, they are out of business. It is mono only. So it's a question of, do you want to watch the DVD and deal with 480p picture quality, or do you want to watch the Blu-ray, which looks better but is mono? Yeah, so hopefully that gets a reissue someday. Aloha Scooby-Doo, Maggie Brilliant Park, Amazon Women on the Moon, The Ambassador, nothing special to mention there. Let's go to the next page. Okay. No, I don't want to show you ads because you pop up stuff on the screen. I'd watch the Blu-ray. I don't mind mono. I think the only reason I mind it, Super Shops, is because it's supposed to be stereo, and I know it's supposed to be stereo, and the credits even say, I think, ultra stereo. So the only reason it bothers me is because they messed up, and Olive was a low-budget company that they knew they messed up, but they didn't do a correction. So that's the only reason it bugs me. If it was a case, if the movie was made that way, or if it had even been released that way theatrically, it wouldn't bug me. But heck, even I used to have a VHS of that movie, and it was one of the cheapy extended play VHSs, and it was stereo. So... Ambition of Oda Nobunaga. That it seems to be inspired by the Nobunaga's Ambition video games, except it turned Nobunaga and every single Japanese warlord leader of that period into a female. It's actually a fun watch. An American Carol. I'm going to mention this one. This... shame I stepped out while you were talking about Aladdin. I was going to mention one of Robin's jokes. I didn't even talk about Aladdin. I just basically passed over it. I thought the earth wasn't supposed to shake until after the honeymoon. Nice. Hydration break real quick, and then I'll talk American Carol. So American Carol. It's out of print. It was an early Blu-ray. The audio is Dolby Digital only, so it's lossy. It's not lossless. And American Carol, it is, and this is when sort of politics are going to bleed into it. It's a movie that American Carol, who's Carol? I like American Carol. American Carol was from one of the two. I don't remember which of the Zucker brothers, but it was one of the two Zucker brothers, the guys behind Airplane and The Naked Gun, etc. I think it was David Zucker. It was one of Leslie Nielsen's last movies. It stars Kevin Farley, who is Chris Farley's brother, who I had never seen as an actor. And yeah, I never knew Chris Farley, the late Chris Farley, had a brother. It is, I think it is, even though it is it politically charged? Yes. I think it is a very funny, I think it is a wonderful movie to watch around the 4th of July. It basically centers on a parody of Michael Moore trying to lead a campaign to do away with the holiday of the 4th of July. Whoa, who do we have? We got Ika Safitri just subscribed. Welcome in. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the back library. I am Madamus. Usually we play a lot of games. Today I am just blabbing and blabbing and blabbing about the Blu-rays that are in the back library. And I can't speak today because I'm tired after last night, but thank you very much for the subscribe. It's appreciated. Welcome in. And American Carol, it's basically, and it touches a lot on 9/11 stuff. It's basically the idea of Michael Moore, or because there were people talking about American imperialism and, you know, America not being a noble nation. The idea of what if someone tried to abolish the 4th of July? And so you've got this Michael Moore character being visited by the spirits of different U.S. by the three spirits of America, America past, America present, and America future, to try to convince him that he's wrong, and, you know, whether he agrees or disagrees with certain things, he should love, you know, love your country type of thing. And it's a really fun movie. It has a few somber moments. It's got a moment with Jon Voight playing George Washington, which just really, it's right in the middle of the movie, and it just kind of, it definitely brings you down, because it has to do with the chaos on 9/11, and almost brings a tear to your eye. But yeah, it was a fun movie. Oh, and it's one of Dennis Hopper's later films too. He's got a part in it playing a judge, like blasting zombies or something. I don't remember that part. I haven't watched it in a long time, but it's one of those things that it'll probably offend some people. I think it's a good movie, but it bombed completely. And I think it bombed because of the politics, and that's fine. That happens. That happens on no matter what side of the spectrum you're on, things bombing because of politics. Because people don't want that in theaters. And I get that. But I still like the movie. Okay, American Ninja. This is the Kino Films reissue. The original was from Olive Films, which is why I keep hoping that Kino will get the aforementioned Alan Quatermain 2, or Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold. American Ninja 2, same. Anastasia. I'm actually Muslim living in NYC. Enjoy diving into the controversial humor once in a while, even though my family doesn't want me to. And I know it's too touchy at times. I get that. Yeah, and it's definitely it does crack some. It does crack some jokes, but they're sort of the obvious jokes. They're the types of jokes that I'm the type who I don't mind making fun of, you know, whether it's because I mean, I kind of made it clear I'm Christian, and I don't mind Christian jokes, but I think it's fine spectrum. Like one movie, I don't have it on Blu-ray, but one I love is always Monty Python's Life of Brian, and you talk about something that pokes fun at Christianity right and left. Oh my gosh. In fact, I want to say it was banned by the Vatican or something, which made me want to watch it even more. Anastasia. This is the, I mean, I was going to say it's the old 20th Century Fox release before Disney acquired them, but, well, I like to pronounce Jesus the Hispanic way. Sometimes nobody minds. Jesus, yeah. Yeah, I don't, you know. Well, I remember going to, before I even knew there was a Hispanic guy, a way to pronounce it, I remember there was a kid in my class in, like, when I was in middle school, named Jesus, and I didn't know it was pronounced that way, so I was, you know, I was supposed to be calling out the names, and I was thinking, am I supposed to be saying this the way I think I'm supposed to be saying this? So that was uncomfortable. Whoops. Yeah, especially when it was, you know, reading out everyone's birthdays. And happy birthday, Jesus. Oh, boy. Oh, God. Anastasia, that's before Disney owned it, but I think Disney's release is identical to the Fox release. I'm going to say this is a decent Blu-ray, because if you can find it, it used to be really cheap. It probably still is. It has both of the, like, direct-to-video sequels, or one or two of, I don't know how many, but it's got the direct-to-video Anastasia sequel things that Don Bluth wasn't involved with on the disc, which is nice. It makes me sad that it's owned by Disney now, because Don Bluth, I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with his history, but he, as an animator and as an animation director and producer, he was at Disney, and he was part of this whole group of animators who broke away from Disney to prove they could make it their own way, because they were sort of sick of the way it was going there in the late 70s into the early 80s. And that's what caused him to make The Secret of NIMH independently. And so he wanted to break away from Disney, and now Disney owns, like, I would say half of his catalog. Things like Anastasia and he's kind of disowned Pebble and the Penguin. The last movie he did, oh gosh, I can't think of it. Titan AE, they own that. All these things that were released through Fox that, yeah, he didn't want to be part of Disney, and now they're all released by Disney. And the worst part is Disney, with their movie club, they would bundle them together and label them as if they were Disney classics. They would bundle Anastasia with Cinderella, like, as a club exclusive bundle, and make it sound as if Anastasia was Disney's Anastasia. And I mean, there's a part of me that just imagines Don Bluth blowing blood vessels seeing that. Anchorman. I've always been mixed feelings about this, but this is great Blu-ray. The Rich Mahogany edition comes with a bunch of swag. Has two versions of the movie and a sequel. Yeah, Disney lost my respect long ago. They take domains just for nothing. Oh, Disney lost my respect even before they were taking domains. Anchorman, why don't you go back to your home? Yeah, I love the one-liners in that movie. 60% of the time it works every time. Yes, and I'll come to the sequel too, because you'll notice it's not here. Rich Mahogany edition, good edition. It's got the unrated version and the theatrical version. It's also got Wake Up Ron Burgundy. Wake Up Ron Burgundy is a pseudo sequel that was pieced. If you've never seen it, it was released as a DVD bonus at one point, and thankfully it's on the Blu-ray. It was a pseudo sequel put together with all of the deleted scenes from Anchorman, including a whole deleted plot line involving, like, these revolutionaries trying to take over the TV stations, and this whole, like, final battle scene of him and his news crew fighting off these baddies, and I don't remember who they were rescuing at the time, but it totally different plot line, really worth seeing. I would have rather have seen it released just as an alternate version of the movie than them try to make it sound like it was this recut sequel thing. But honestly, parts of it I thought were better than the version we got, and this is something a lot of people wouldn't notice, but if you do watch it, the final battle scene, the music to that is the theme to the new Avengers, I think 75 or 76. The Avengers was a TV series that I love. The Emma Peel, just look up pictures of Emma Peel from the Avengers, and oh my gosh, melt your heart. That, seriously, any woman, if you show up in a cosplay as Emma Peel, I am yours. There's no question about it. That's it. Done. What was I saying? So they used the music from the New Avengers, which was a spin-off when they tried to relaunch the series, and I love that I noticed that. And you thought there's never a Girl Online complete series? Cute series. This is a limited edition that is a chipboard box and has a mouse pad that I've never used just because I don't want to mess it up. Anderson Tapes. I can't really say anything about that one. That was a recent blind buy and I haven't watched it. So, another Stakeout sequel to the movie Stakeout. The original Stakeout, it was a police comedy, buddy cop comedy. The sequel had Rosie O'Donnell. And you thought there's never a Girl Online. Madamus could disagree. Yeah, now that I got 42% of them, apparently. Stakeout at the Steakhouse. Stakeout, the original Stakeout was good. The sequel was good. It featured Rosie O'Donnell back when she was, I hate to say before she went nuts, but before she went nuts. And back when she was acting and more of a comedian, and back when she wasn't like hadn't embedded herself into controversies and whatnot. For some reason, though, now this is the I think this is the Mill Creek release. It was reissued by Kino, and the only difference is the Kino version has subtitles. For some reason, the original Stakeout is not on Blu-ray. You can only get it on DVD, but the sequel's on Blu-ray. So there you go. Rosie O'Donnell, they got a live well. Do they? Oh, yeah. I don't know what happened to. You know, I understand people speaking out and about things they believe in, whatever. That's cool, but nah, I don't know what to say about it. You know, I just feel like I don't feel anyone should be afraid to speak their mind. I don't feel people should ever be canceled, but I do think sometimes if you're actively making a choice to be controversial, you know, that's what happens. And in her case, she actively was making a choice to be controversial. And sometimes that works for you, sometimes that works against you. That's all I'm going to say. Aqua Teen Hunger Force Plantasm. This was the reboot movie of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I like the original movie. It is not on Blu-ray. The original movie is Aqua Teen Hunger Force : movie film for theaters with : spelled out. I saw it in theaters opening day. There were only the first movie. There were only like I want to say 15 other people in the theater, and I tell you, 10 of them walked out like 10 minutes in, and I loved the thing, but there were a lot of people who I guess had never seen the series, so they didn't know what they were in for. The reboot movie, it's this Plantasm. It's not as strong. It's not as quirky. It's got some good moments, like the New Jersey National Monument of Used Diaper Mountain, or Used Diaper Mountain or something like that. But it's fun. And this was one where it was available on Blu-ray and available on 4K with the Blu-ray. I chose to just get the Blu-ray because it was cheaper. And the truth is, with this sort of animation, this I think it started as Flash-based animation. There's not a lot of detail to this animation. It was designed to have a certain cheap look. You can't convince me that you would gain anything from a 4K copy of this movie. Nothing at all. So there we go. Arabian Adventure. I'll just mention that this, I picked this up because it's a fantasy movie. It's got Christopher Lee in it, and I thought it was supposed to be like an Arabian Nights. I always love that type of stuff, like Sinbad and whatnot, but it's let down by some, the effects don't look that good. It's just, I don't know, kind of dull, and the effects don't look great. Arcadia of My Youth. It's a Captain Harlock animated movie. Goes along with Galaxy Express. Don't know what to say about that. Archangels. This is... I don't know why I keep this... Oh, I forgot to mention with the Anchorman 2. I'll go back to that in a second. Archangels. This is one of those things I picked up as a blind buy, thinking it would be a really fun... anime girls fighting monsters or something, and... I'm sorry, it's just not very good. I don't know why I even keep it in the library, because there's a lot of stuff I've pulled over the years that's in a box waiting to get sold. There's some things that have been pulled just because I've replaced them too. Like I mentioned 2001 at the beginning. I have the original Blu-ray of 2001, which I've since replaced. I just haven't sold off the original. But yeah, Archangels, I don't know why I keep that even listed. I need to watch it again and see. Maybe I missed something. Thought it would be cool, and I was just going to, cheap. But Anchorman, I was going to mention, I do have the sequel. I don't keep it as part of the library. Other than the bit about using the car chase scene and people as being the introduction of putting a car chase on the news for no reason because it's not newsworthy, I just really did not enjoy the second Anchorman movie. I wanted to love it. I thought it had some good jokes, but it's just not something I could rewatch. Yeah. Aria Scarlet Ammo. This is the limited edition. The only thing that makes it limited was it's in a chipboard box, and at the time it was cheaper than the regular. I will mention, there is a sequel to there is a follow-up season to this, Aria AA. I had it, and it's one that I not only pulled by, I wound up getting rid of at some point. Just, I think I sold it off on eBay or something. The original is a fun show, nothing super special, but it's a fun anime show. But the sequel, it seemed like it just didn't really connect. It felt like it was a different series. In the original, it was a mixed gender, typical boys and girls high school setting. But the sequel, suddenly, it was an all-girls school. And the sequel, it was basically just like lesbian high school thing, which, I mean, that's fine, whatever. But that went completely against what the first season was. The first season wasn't like that. It was Arya plus this other dude and other women involved and some other guys, and it just didn't. The second series just felt like it was something else entirely. It was like it wasn't even, other than having the character of Arya, it just wasn't the same. Wasn't the same show. Maybe it's different. Maybe things were different in the manga. I don't know. I don't read a lot of manga in relation to the series. I usually, choose, I'm either going to read the manga or watch the show, and usually I choose watch the show. I hate to be that way. I know that's lowbrow. Aristocats is the Aristocats. Armed Girls Machiavellism. That's the limited edition, has art book. That is an interesting anime show about a school for delinquents where the men are basically all aren't supposed to be, the girls are uncomfortable around the men, so they subjugate them. And the one guy who refuses to be subjugated like the other male students. I don't know how else to explain it, but fun. It's actually a really fun show. I shouldn't even say actually. It is a fun show. Army of Darkness. This is the steelbook. I actually don't like. I hate using actually so much. Actually, I'm not a big fan of steelbooks. I think they get damaged too easily, so I prefer regular cases. I'm not big on steelbooks, but in this case, bought the steelbook because it was at the time less expensive than the regular cover. So that's that. This is the 4K issue, but it's only partially 4K. The theatrical cut is on 4K and regular Blu-ray, and but the director's cut and international cut and everything else are just on Blu-ray disc, and they are identical to the previously released Blu-ray set. I do have the previously released Blu-ray collector's edition, but I've got it boxed up, and I don't consider it. I don't keep it with part because there's part of it because other than its artwork, there's nothing to be gained from it. Its copy of the theatrical cut looks worse than the one in this set, and all the other discs are identical. God, I'm really going on slow on this, aren't I? This is going to be the longest ASMR ever. Shouldn't have kept the. I should change. I should change the. Whoops! I hit the mic. I should change the music to like saxophone something or other. Charles Bronson Assassination. It's a canon film. Charles Bronson, one of his later things. I think it's one of his better later movies. One of the better later Charles Bronson movies. Most of the stuff he did with canon films wasn't so hot, but Assassination was a fun one. Basically, in fact, I want to say it's similar to another, gosh, I can't think of the name of it. It reminds me of In the Line of Fire with Clint Eastwood. Yeah, but it's a case where there's a plot to assassinate in this case, assassinate the First Lady of the United States, to like force the president to go through with something, but I don't remember all the details, but it is a good movie. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. I think that one speaks for itself. It's Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. It's a movie that, if you've never seen Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, it's got a few good jokes. I'm gonna be honest, it loses its steam after the first 20 minutes or so. I know it's Elvira's favorite movie of all time, I think she said, but I don't know. It loses steam. I like the sequels better. Yeah, there's sequels. And there was a cartoon series, too. Aura, I've never watched this. Picked up as a blind buy for a couple bucks. Haven't gotten around to it, so can't say much. Same with Aura Battler Dunbine. That's something I picked up that I can't tell you about. Austin Powers, we all know what those are. Avenging Force, starring Michael Dudikoff. Canon action, it's unfortunate that Michael Dudikoff never became a bigger name than he was, because to me, he belongs like right up there with your Chuck Norris and all the action stars of the 80s. In fact, if anything, I'm disappointed Michael Dudikoff didn't wind up in any of the Expendables movies. Michael Dudikoff should have been in one of the Expendables movies. Be the Beginning. That's one I should probably pull from the library. I know there's a follow-up season to it. I don't remember much about it. I know it wasn't what I was expecting. I'll just move past that one. Disney's Babes in Toyland. Only thing to say about this one is it's kind of an interesting thing, because my understanding is this came out of Walt Disney wanting to, even though it's 1961, I want to say this came out of Walt Disney himself wanting to make The Wizard of Oz and not being able to get the clearance for it. So instead, he did Babes in Toyland. Or maybe it was Babes in Toyland, or no, it wasn't it wasn't The Wizard of Oz. It was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I think it was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I could be wrong, but I think it was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I think Walt Disney wanted to get, it was either that or The Wizard of Oz. Darn, I can't remember. It was one of those that he wanted to clear the rights. He couldn't clear the rights, so he made Babes in Toyland instead, and it's there. Baby Secret of Lost Legend. Before you had Jurassic Park, you had William Catt and Sean Young in Baby, which was released through Disney's Touchstone arm originally. This is, in fact, you could tell by the logo on the Blu-ray, they tried to make it look like it was Jurassic Park related, because they wanted to sell it to the Jurassic Park audience. It's basic, I mean, finding a lost baby dinosaur, lost continent, something like that. It's not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie, but it's one of those ones that I remember getting, I remember the director of, I think it was, you know how I mentioned Nick Bounty back when he played Tech Murky? I'm starting to remember some of the celebrity jokes Nick cracked. I've got that on my list. I've got it written down as one of the things to look into picking up with all the stuff in this coming year. Hydration break. This guy is as dead as Pauly Shore's career. This guy's like Pauly Shore himself. Nice. Yeah, Pauly Shore never. That's a career that went down in flames, didn't it? Man, oh man. Oh yeah, Baby. The only thing I'll say about that is that was one where you had one of the directors was pointing, or even it might have been a home video company. When we get to Watcher in the Woods, I'll talk about it more. But Disney movie called Watcher in the Woods, when it came to the DVD and the Blu-ray, when it came to home video, Disney wouldn't let the uncut version be released, the original planned version, and I'll talk more when we get to it. But one of the comments that was made was Disney had no problem with swear words and blood in movies like Baby, but they threw a fit about a burning doll in Watcher in the Woods. The boss, he turned out not to be Bruce Springsteen at all, just fat guy with a lot to talk about and nothing to say. He might have been Rush Limbaugh, actually. Honestly, I miss Rush. I'll admit, I used to listen, but yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh, I'll go ahead and move on. Back to the Beach. It's a parody of the 60s beach movies. bringing back Frankie Avalon and Annette Funicello. I'm going to be honest with you. This has a cult audience. I picked it up partially, too, because it had Pee Wee Herman as Pee Wee Herman in it. I don't know. Wasn't my cup of tea. But, I mean, it's an interesting movie. It's sad because it was Annette Funicello, who was in Disney stuff. This was going to be her big comeback, and it did well in theaters, and then she became ill. I forget what it was. I forget it. I don't remember if it was muscular dystrophy or what, but she, and wound up passing on several years later. So it's sad when that happens, when someone's on the verge of a comeback. Back to the Future. This is the first Blu-ray edition. There's a remaster out now at 4K. I'm going to level with you on that. That's another one. I've looked at the 4K remaster, both the Blu-ray and the DVD, and even though the business wasn't looking too good at the Blue Crab Cafe, last time I saw a place this empty, it was showing the musical Rent. You know, only thing I know about Rent is the only thing I remember about Rent was the part in Team America World Police where they were making fun of where it was the song Everybody Has AIDS, because I guess that's what Rent was about. Oh god, yeah, I've never seen Rent, and I'm okay with that. Back to the Future. The only thing I was saying on that, the new remaster, a lot of people say it looks better. I personally think the existing Blu-ray looks fine. That's why I haven't been rushing to do repurchase. Some people said it was over cleaned and scrubbed in some spots. I thought it looked okay. Back to the Future's had, though, a lot of shoddy home video history. When it was on the original DVD set, it was one of the earlier big DVD recalls. World War II, back to the... Yeah, I'm not going to read that out loud, but yeah. Back to the Future, the original DVD sets, which I kind of wish I had, they had to do... Here it was like their big release, Universal premiering Back to the Future on DVD for the first time, and they botched it. The discs for Back to the Future 2 and 3, they accidentally framed wrong, so they like cut off the total bottom of the picture and left all this headroom at the top, and it was a complete misframing. By the way, blank is literally just leader in German. Mustache guy ruined his. Oh yeah, no, I know that. I know. It's like there are so many words that unfortunately, though, the YouTube AI frowns upon now. What can you do? It's just like it's just like how we have to, everyone says unalive. There's nothing wrong with the S side word. It's not like it's encouraging anyone to do it. It's just that. Well, enough of that WW2 stuff. Carry on, sir. Oh, sure. Back to the Future. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. The DVDs of Back to the Future. In case anyone was unaware, the original DVD set was botched, and they had to do disc replacements for the second and third movie, and they kept trying to frame it as if first they tried to get people like to pay for the replacements, and then they eventually caved and started sending them out, but they tried to frame it as if some people may have a problem. It wasn't just some people. The widescreen copies, because this is back when they were still selling full screen and widescreen editions, the widescreen copies of the second and third movie were completely misframed to the point where the producer came out and said, "You effed up my movie, you need to fix it." So yeah, that and the problem was, though, Universal had manufactured so many of them because that was their big Christmas season DVD title when DVDs were still selling like hotcakes. That I mean, that was just a massive loss. I can only imagine how much they lost, Universal, having to replace all those. Okay, moving on. Bambi is Bambi. Batman, Mask of the Phantasm. This is the Warner Archive release. Nowadays, you can get it on Blu-ray. I think the only way you can get it on... You can't buy it on Blu-ray in stores. I don't think it's still the only ways they sell it in stores are either on the 4K disc, which was given a general release, and the DVD version, which was given general release. The Blu-ray was relegated to Warner Archives, which you could order from places like Amazon, but it's not like you could go pick up on store shelves. Which they always frame as manufactured on demand. Warner Archive, for anyone who buys them, their DVDs are manufactured on demand, so they are recordable DVD discs. I wouldn't buy them, but their Blu-rays are actually factory pressed. The only thing about them that looks manufactured on demand are the covers. You can tell that they have a more inkjet printed look. Other than that, they're fine. But good-looking Blu-ray, plenty of grain, not over-scrubbed, has both the full screen and the widescreen versions because the framing is different on them because it wasn't originally supposed to be a theatrical movie. Batman Mask of the Phantasm was supposed to be a made-for-TV movie, or a made-for-TV event or something. But then Warner decided, hey, we want to put this in theaters, and then it didn't do very well in theaters. So what can you do? I liked it. Dark Knight Returns. This is the deluxe edition on Blu-ray, which combines both part 1 and part 2 into a single feature. It's not completely accurate to the graphic novel. This is the only DC home video or whatever DC Studios animated productions movie I bought. It is, I would say, about 90% accurate to the graphic novel. There's one part that's really kind of screwed up, but other than that, I think it's pretty good. And their Reagan impersonation, which, of course, they had to. There was the Reagan impersonation in the comic too. I'll be honest. I don't hide. I'm a Reagan fan, but I thought it was funny. I was just laughing about I always have laughed at good Reagan impersonations. Well, Batman Anthology, nothing to say about that. That's the original Blu-ray edition. It's been reissued with 4K transfers on 4K and Blu-ray. The only thing I will say about that, the new 4K editions, I think the HDR coloring has been heavy-handed. They don't look... I don't like Reagan, but I like the impersonations. But that's fair enough. That's fair enough. A good impersonation of anyone and a funny impersonation of anyone is something that it shouldn't... to me, it shouldn't ever matter. It shouldn't... it's like when people... I remember, and this isn't me veering into the political, but I remember Saturday Night Live, Jay Farrow. And this is... I don't watch SNL much anymore. I haven't watched it for years. But... I remember Jay Farrow did an amazing Obama impression, and it was hilarious. And they wouldn't let him keep doing it because apparently it was too funny, and they thought it was making too much fun of Obama. Well, if something's funny, something's funny. You know, it doesn't matter whether you agree with the person or disagree with the person. Sometimes a joke is just a joke. I could probably make an acceptable impersonation of Reagan. Said earlier that I'm good at low-pitched voices, impersonate Elvis almost perfectly. Yeah. Nice, nice. All I can do with the Reagan is saying, well, that's it. Well, that's about it. It's about all I've tried. Oh, the Batman Anthology. I will say the 4K discs. I don't like them. Number one, they did change the sound mix on the first movie because Tim Burton, I guess, felt the original sound mix was rushed, and so he wanted to create some new sound effects. Whatever. But the color, it goes into the part where I don't like HDR because it doesn't look like I remember the movie looking. It's been tweaked and expanded beyond what it originally looked like. And to me, even though it's not perfect, the Blu-rays, the original Blu-ray set of the Batmans, looks the way I remember them looking, looks the way they feel like they were supposed to look for theaters. They're not revised after the fact. Not a big fan of revision. I like director's cuts, but I like them when the original is available at the same time. So if it was a case where the 4Ks had both versions, I'd probably be more interested in that. Batman the movie. This is the Adam West, Burt Ward movie. I hate that cover art. Love the movie. Hilarious. Series also. I will say about this series, they kind of screwed up the noise reduction. In fact, there's one episode with pebbles dropping on Batman's head, and the noise reduction removes the last pebble that falls on his head, so you see it fall, but you don't, I mean, you hear it fall, but you don't see it. So that's unfortunate, and Warner Brothers wouldn't go back, I guess, and fix it when they fixed everything else, because there were some bad discs on this. They wound up having to, like, it was missing the outro on an episode, and I think there was some other stuff. There were a few things they had to correct, and they had to issue like 2 or 3 replacement discs, and unfortunately they wouldn't go for the 4th one. Battle Beyond the Stars. I'm skipping Batman Begins, nothing to say there. Battle Beyond the Stars is a Star Wars ripoff done by Roger Corman. Roger Corman decided to make his version of Star Wars, which is basically a remake of The Seven Samurai, but in space. It is not a bad movie because it is just The Seven Samurai, or The Magnificent Seven if you prefer, in space. Good music by James Horner. This is a Steelbook edition, which was at the time and may still be the only way you could get the better transfer, which was a 4K master, but it's looks much better than the original Blu-ray. I think I've got the original Blu-ray still, but it's boxed up. Because what's the point? This right here that you can't read the title on, that's Ultraman Battle Kaiju number 1. 1, 2, and 3. This is the 3 of them. They're little, like, best of Ultraman sets that Mill Creek's been putting out. They're just a best of greatest hits. Or, well, not really best of. They're for certain monsters. That's what it is. So, like, the first one's Ultraman versus Red King. It's a bunch of the Red King episodes. Alien, Baltan, etc. and so forth. Gamora, which I don't think is all Gamora. I think they had to, like, fudge some others into there. Going on to page 3. Boy, I'm spending way too much time on this. All of it. Every single bit of it. Battlestar Galactica. The definitive edition. I'm glad you love it, Omegs. Battlestar Galactica Definitive Collection. I'm going to hammer this one real quick just because don't call your Blu-ray or your DVD definitive unless it is actually going to be definitive. I don't want to see anything called definitive unless it is the final, ultimate, perfect version. Same thing with Ultimate Edition. Don't call it Ultimate unless it's complete. Because this is not definitive. Definitive fake. This is the, this needs to be a long ASMR. It's not even a joke. It's like really Omegs. Maybe I'll reframe it as that. Maybe I'll republish the VOD as that. So what's wrong with this Battlestar? This includes both widescreen and it includes the Battlestar Galactica, the theatrical cut of the movie, the television cut of the movie, and the complete, this is the original 70s show, the complete original series, and the spin-off series Galactica 1980. Number 1, it's got them in both widescreen and full screen. The series, both of them, should only be in full screen. They went back and for the Blu-ray, they cropped them to widescreen and had this weird idea that this is what people have been wanting, so we're just doing... No, it isn't. No one asked for that. Not a one. Number 2, the original series itself, it doesn't have the original sound mix. It only has a Dolby 5, or at this point a DTS 5.1 remix. It does not have the original mono mix. It does, likewise, or conversely, Galactica 1980 only has the mono mix, because no one cared about Galactica 1980. Third, well, the movie itself, the theatrical cut of the movie, there's nothing to hammer that about. It's the same as a version that was released individually. It has both the original sound, it's got the mono sound mix and the Sensurround mix. Sensurround was mono with a big bass channel that was designed to shake theaters so much that you would practically throw up. In fact, there were reports of theaters when Universal's Sensurround presentation of Earthquake was played that it like crack the walls. But the theatrical cut and the TV cut are different. They have different fates for the character Baltar, the TV version being more canon, and the TV version's just longer. It's an extended version with a different resolution to the character Baltar. One keeps him alive, one kills him off. Spoiler alert. But the other reason it's not definitive, well, another reason. Next, there is an episode on it, which for some unknown reason, I think it's because they were originally planning to do something else with the remastering. Episode called The Living Legend has been digitally cleaned badly. Sort of like that Batman thing I mentioned. And the star field behind spaceships, if you pay attention, the stars start flickering in and out. So it's one of the key episodes of the thing. It's the one that guest starred Lloyd Bridges. It was one that was recut into a movie. Oh, we'll come to that next. That's the next part that doesn't make it definitive. It's the worst looking in the set. Which brings us to the recut, what I just said about recutting and the movies. Battlestar Galactica has a series of both international theatrical and telemovie movies. I'm reusing that word once. Number one, or twice. First of all, you've got, I already said, the pilot was cut differently. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. The original movie was the telemovie, the pilot, was recut and put into theaters internationally and then put into theaters in the US in Sensurround. But then you also had some other stuff. There was a second movie released internationally. I don't know if it was released in the US, but it was released on home video and Laserdisc in the US, called Mission Galactica: The Cylon Attack, which cut together both parts of The Living Legend, plus took another episode, Fire in Space, I think it was, plus overdubbed some other lines, plus cut in some random deleted scenes to create this brand new movie. Which wasn't really brand new, it was just a special, like a recut movie. But, well, this movie presentation, which was released on home video, that is not in the Blu-ray set. There was a second movie that was recut for international theaters, which wound up on TV and wound up on home video in the US, but not on Laserdisc, called Conquest of the Earth, which was a recut of some Galactica 1980s episodes, plus some a little bit of Battlestar Galactica to create a new Galactica Finding Earth movie. And Mission Galactica is fun. That one is kind of rough. It is not included in this Blu-ray set. And then you come to the Holy Grail. This is when I'm really going to bore you. The telemovies. So in the 1980s, and I don't know why I remember crap like this. I can't even remember my own address half the time. Yeah, I remember useless junk like this. In the 1980s, Battlestar Galactica was deemed too short to put into syndication originally. And that's because syndication, I think the rules were a show has to have 100 episodes was the standing rule. They made an exception for Star Trek, I know, with 78 or 79 episodes, depending on how you want to count it. Battlestar Galactica only has, even if you break up all the two-parters, it only has 24 episodes. It was one season. Add in Galactica 1980, and you get, I think, 10 to 12. Because it only ran a half season, and it ended with, it was not a good show, but it ended with the most amazing episode possibly of all Galactica. So hell of a way to go out in the 1980s. Yeah. Sorry. No, it's fine. But it is important. In the 1980s, in order to bring Galactica and make some money off of it, studios used to sell movie packages to TV stations to run in the afternoons and to like your UHF band stations. They took Battlestar Galactica and they took all the two-parters and recut them into feature-length presentations. And in order to make them meet the full runtime for the TV broadcast, added in deleted scenes. Then they took a bunch of other episodes that weren't two-parters, but were somewhat similar. And they cut them together, and they added in deleted scenes, and they added in narration or like radio messages or something in between to sort of bridge the gap, like having a character say, "Oh, I'm on my way to the Starship Atlantia now. I'll talk to you soon." And there's one telemovie in particular called Experiment in Terra, which combined a Galactica 1980 episode and a original Galactica episode, and was originally meant to be a theatrical production, was basically episodes of Galactica recut to be a Battlestar Galactica finale. It is the Holy Grail. All of those are missing. They were all shown on TV in the 1980s, and not a one of them is in this set. This set is not definitive. This set is as basic as you can get. It recycles special features from the DVD, and that's it. Moving on. And this Battlestar Galactica, this is the movie remastered in 4K. I think I just picked this up because I absolutely love Galactica. I liked that cover art, and it was a Black Friday special, so I just wanted it on the shelf. Beauty and the Beast is Beauty and the Beast. Sadly, this is not the 3D reissue. Disney did do 3D conversions, which apparently are really good, of Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King, and Little Mermaid. I missed out on all those before they went out of print. Oh well, what can you do? Bedknobs and Broomsticks. This is one of those cases of Disney screwing the fans over. Labeled as a special edition. This version is the theatrical cut. It is not the extended cut. Bedknobs and Broomsticks was, when it went to theaters originally, it was hacked to pieces. They didn't think it was going to go over, so they wound up gutting, like, I don't know, probably like 20 minutes from the thing, including some songs. And in the 90s, Disney, when they used to do... Thanks, Omegs. In the 90s, when they used to do... When Disney used to start to give a damn about home video, they did a special edition of Bedknobs and Broomsticks, a 60th or something anniversary, where they dug out all but one of the deleted scenes. They located everything but one missing song, unfortunately. I think it was called A Step in the Right Direction. They reassembled the closest thing to the original Roadshow version that we were ever going to get, and they put it on DVD. But they did it, being cheap, they mastered the whole thing in standard definition. So it was going to require a whole being reassembled and redone to put it into high definition, unless I'm mistaken, that's the way I understand it. So when it came time for the Blu-ray, Disney said, "Oops, we don't care, we'll just put the theatrical cut on it." And I don't believe it even has the deleted scenes from that extended version. But what's interesting, it has a special feature or two from that extended version that was on DVD, explaining the creation of that extended version, or talking about some of the stuff that was removed from the theatrical cut beforehand. So they put on stuff basically to rub it in your face that they're not putting the full version on the Blu-ray. And it's too bad, because I would love to have had both versions on this, because the DVD, the original DVD only had the special edition, not the theatrical cut. So another missed opportunity, but they're Disney. They don't have to care. Beetlejuice is Beetlejuice. Ben-Hur and the Ten Commandments. I mean, y'all already know I'm a Christian. Only thing I'm going to say about these, this is from when Warner Brothers had a Paramount option and they put out a double feature. I kind of wish I had them individually and not in a double feature, because it always feels weird having things from different studios, and the whole idea of, oh, we've got two religious movies with Charlton Heston, let's put them in a double feature. No, they really should be independent, but it's a matter of price. When it costs, $10 to get a double feature versus paying $20 for each individually, that's that. Bento. Really, really funny anime. This is the limited edition in a chipboard box. That's all that makes it limited. Really worth your time if you want a funny anime about people fighting over pre-made lunches. It's about basically battles that take place, physical all-out brawls over discounted lunches in grocery stores. And it's one of those things, you know, I never think about leaving America, but if that was something that actually went on in Japan, man, you talk about somewhere I'd want to apply for citizenship just because that sounds awesome. That's like Black Friday on steroids. Every single night of the week, you're getting in a brawl over discounted lunches. Well, no, actually, I wouldn't want to move to Japan for that, but I'd want to see it. I want to see it I want them to be televised. I think there should be like a title belt. Best of Mickey. I'm going to mention this real quick. This is Disney Movie Club exclusive that recently found its way into Walmart's also, if you've never seen it. I don't know why I called it Best of Mickey. That's just stupid because Fantasia is not about Mickey. This is a collection of Fantasia 2000, and I forget what it's called, a spotlight of Mickey. That's just a bunch of celebrating Mickey. That's right. It's a bunch of different Mickey Mouse shorts. The thing to note about this is Fantasia and Fantasia 2000 were released in a different double feature Blu-ray at one point. I have that buried somewhere in a box again. The original Blu-rays were annoying. Well, Fantasia's never been right on Blu-ray. The soundtrack to Fantasia, I'll just say it right now, the soundtrack is botched. The soundtrack has always been botched. The only soundtrack, from what I've read online, I can't speak to this firsthand, the only soundtrack to Fantasia that's almost correct is the Laserdisc. Disney just can't seem to... Disney can't seem to ever get right anything where it involves, hey, just take the original print and the original copy, the original master, restore it, and then leave it alone. Don't mess with it. Disney doesn't understand such things. So these are the best that you're going to get, but they also fall into the is what it is category. Second, the Fantasia, the original double feature, was missing almost all of the special features that were in the big deluxe DVD set, which I never owned. But it was missing all of them, kind of. It had it where you can access them online by having your Blu-ray player connected to online. And then, of course, in typical Disney fashion, they shut down the servers so it no longer connects to it. This version in the Best of Mickey, the transfers are, as far as I know, identical, but they did what should have been done to begin with, and they put the special features on the discs. The special features were in standard definition. They didn't take up any space. That should have been there to begin with, but they were trying to push their online stuff. I get that, but it's stupid. Yeah. Oh, and Fantasia, I will say, they got little notice on there about I think about the picture quality degrading, and they try to make it sound like it's because, and they did this with the DVD also, they try to make it sound like there's a section where the picture quality is bad because the age of the film elements. That's not true. There's a section where they censored the movie. There's a scene in Fantasia, and this is one of those few times I agree with censorship to a point. There's a scene in the original Fantasia with the Pastoral Symphony, where in the original there was I think her name was Flower. I could be wrong, or something. I don't know what the name of the character was, but it was a black African centaur stereotype. And when I say stereotype, I mean it was a bad, ugly, awful stereotype. It didn't belong in the movie. It was distracting. I don't get, of all the things Disney's done, and I'm someone who I will defend, because I love Song of the South, I will defend that to the grave as not being racist at all. Oh, there's no question that this was bad and racist. There's just no way around it. I don't mind that it was censored. What I mind is Disney, A, not being honest about that censorship, B, I do think it should be preserved as a deleted something even hidden on the disc, just because I hate to see it, because for historical context, I do think it should be mentioned. I don't think it should be part of the movie for families, but this is the only pro-censorship take you're going to be getting out of me, so, you know, mark it down. But my problem is, A, they try to claim that it's actually they're trying to reframe. What they did is they zoomed it in and they tried to reframe it to edit out the character. They should have just digitally, God, even with an AI, I hate to say it, even though Disney doesn't need to do that, but they should have digitally modified it instead of just zooming it in, because the zooming in, you can tell that the panning is happening. You can tell that it's awkward. Sometimes, and not as bad on the Blu-ray, but especially the DVD, the grain got big and chunky. You could tell it wasn't film damage. It was just because Disney, with all of their tools and supposedly being the big guys on the block of everything, apparently couldn't properly go and tweak this thing. So yeah, this is the only time I'm in favor of a censorship thing happening, but not in how they did it. There's also jungle jitters that pass off Africans as cannibals and forever living third world. Yeah, there are plenty of things like that. And the thing is, I'm going to be honest, when it comes to stuff like that, I don't mind them being available for the adult collector. I really don't. I think that they're a part of history. I don't think they all need trigger warnings, but I do think stuff like that, you know, you sell it like maybe through, if you're going to sell it, because there is a market of animation's historians. I mean, obviously there's going to be the crazy racists who are going to love it, but there's a lot of animation just historians who want to have everything and like to study this stuff. I don't mind stuff like that being sold like through a private movie club, like a Disney movie club, with, you know, a flag on the listing so that it's made clear, hey, this ain't for your kids. And the same thing goes with Fantasia. I wouldn't have minded if there had been an adult version and a special version and the normal general release version. And I don't think, but in a case like Fantasia, it never belonged there. Yeah, just sell it with something similar to viewer discretion advised message. I mean, they do that with stuff where viewer discretion shouldn't even be advised. So yeah, I mean, we're putting in things now like Gone with the Wind, and I'm just, you know, it's Gone with the Wind. It's Gone with the Wind. Yeah, and the viewer discretion is advised is something they could do with Song of the South. I'll mention that just briefly. I remember there was a point when now again, this is just rumor. I don't have anything to back it up, but I remember reading about it on a Blu-ray news site or DVD news site around the year 2000. There were plans to release Song of the South. I guess Roy Disney had been pushing and pushing and pushing for it. I think Leonard Maltin had been pushing for it. God bless him. And I want to say there was even an introduction recorded with James Earl Jones, or it was either James Earl Jones or Oprah, or Whoopi Goldberg, or so. I think it was either Oprah or James Earl Jones explaining why this is no, it wasn't Oprah, because Oprah led a campaign against it. I think it was James Earl Jones. I want to say, don't quote me on that, but it was someone prominent that they just had hired to do a narration, explain why this is seen as discriminatory now and wasn't an issue then. And from what I understand, if this is true, the DVD was ready to go, and at the last minute, Bob Iger or whoever was in charge then pulled the plug. Which sucks. Really, really sucks. Because, again, I'll defend that movie forever. Oh, where was I? Oh, Little Rascals. Best of the Little Rascals. I better move on. Best of the Little Rascals in 3D. This is one of those things that I only picked up because it was a couple bucks and because I'm into 3D. And it's it's the old Little Rascals. It's like 3 or 4 or maybe 5 cartoon shorts. I don't remember how many that have been colorized and converted to 3D. The company that did the colorization is a good company, but I don't like colorizing. And the conversion to 3D, though, is not that great. It just doesn't look 3D. This is one of those, well, it's here just because it's here thing. Little Rascals was good. Can't remember all that much. Yeah, I've only seen a few of the shorts over the years of Our Gang and Little Rascals. And I've seen the ones on this, obviously, but the ones that are on this, I wouldn't call the best of. Or at least they're not the ones that I ever remember seeing that were the best of. Beverly Hills Cop 3 movie collection. Only thing I'll say about that, because, I mean, it's obvious, is Paramount. left all the special features from the DVD versions off of the second and third movies, and it's unfortunate because the second movie had some really nifty special features. I think there was a deleted scene and had some audio commentaries and different things, and the third one had some good stuff too, because originally on DVD they were released, I think, as collector's editions. Let me hydration break. I don't know if I'm going to get through this thing. I might have to do one of these a month. I seriously might have to do one of these a month just for the Blu-rays. Because I talk too much. Man, when I get rattling about this nerd junk, I really do. I need help. Okay, Anime Beyond the Boundary. The only thing I'll mention about this is the complete series plus the movies. They were originally released separately, a set of the two movies and a set of the series, and it was missing the OVA episode, which is the only video animation or whatever bonus episode. It was missing it. They went and added it back into this set, which is, I've got the original editions buried again somewhere. I don't consider them part of the main library because they would never be on the shelf, since this is an obvious upgrade for the one missing episode. Yeah, rebought it for one episode. I'm a fool. Big Lebowski. Limited edition. The only thing that made it limited, it's a digibook package. I love a good digibook package. I love those better than steelbook packages. I think the cases, even though they're bad for discs, where it's like a book and it's got the pages and everything, the only thing I hate is when the disc is, instead of in a plastic tray, it's in a sleeve. I'm going to tell you right now, a secret to that, for any of these that I come to that are digibooks like that, excuse me, is I use these, you can get rounded CD sleeves. They're almost like the big rounded sleeves you used to be able to get with, that were like a plastic Mylar thing, something for, they were used with vinyl records, and they were used with laser discs. On laser discs, they used to call them elephant condoms, because they were just huge, but they make a CD equivalent of them, and that's what I use for all those. I put them in because they are just they are thinner than paper, or as thin as paper. You just slide in that, then from there you slide it into the case, and congratulations, you don't have to worry about scratches anymore unless you do something stupid. Big O. Not much to say about that. I guess it's out of print now from Sentai, and my understanding is it had the theme song, or one of the songs, changed, which I didn't realize. I was unfamiliar with it before. Not much to say about that anime thing. Big Trail with John Wayne. Gonna mention this just because this was, unless I am mistaken, it is one of the first, if not the first, widescreen movies. It was before there was a CinemaScope. It was when they were just trying to find new ways to shoot things. This version the Blu-ray has both the full screen and the widescreen version, because the way they shot it, as far as I know, is they literally, and there's another case this further on, they literally shot it with two cameras. They had one camera for the widescreen film and the other camera for the full screen. So they both were framed a little differently, recording the movie both at the same time. One for your 4:3, because most theaters were almost the same aspect as your old 4:3 TVs, and the other was this super widescreen format. So it's a neat Blu-ray. It's not the type of movie that I like some westerns, but that ain't my pick of a western. Sorry, I like some John Wayne too. That ain't my favorite John Wayne, but it's just an interesting thing. Big Trouble in Little China. This is the original Fox release. From what, it has less features, I think, than the Shout Factory reissue. My understanding is, excuse me, the Shout Factory one, excuse me, Shout Factory Collector's Edition, I think, has a beefier bitrate for the video, but it's more anemic with the soundtrack. But it was one of those cases of sort of 6 one, half dozen of the other, whatever. Or maybe it might be the opposite, I don't know. Bill and Ted's Most Excellent Collection, nothing to say there. It's the first two Bill and Ted movies. I still have never watched the third one. It's from Shout Factory, so it does have some decent special features and good transfers. Big Trouble in Little Hong Kong. I know there was a Showdown or Hong Kong. I don't remember that. I know there was one with a Showdown in Little Hong. There was one called, or maybe I'm Showdown in Little Tokyo is the one I'm thinking of. Big Trouble in Chinatown though. Or Little China. That's a fun movie. 1997 Big Trouble in Little Hong Kong. Okay, I'll have to look that one up. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I'm not familiar with that. This one's a little later or earlier than that. This is 1986. It was referencing an event in history, by the way, not a real. Okay, I don't know what event that was then. I must have missed it. I don't remember what happened in 1997 in Hong Kong. What was it? If you want to tell me, I'd be interested. As I keep going, I don't know why this one puts it in this order. Oh, I know why. Okay. Jumbo, Billy Rose's Jumbo. I wish they'd just put it under J for Jumbo, but their system puts it in a weird order. I don't know why I picked this one up, because it's wish 1997 Big Trouble was a real movie, though. Gotcha. Jumbo, it's a musical, Doris Day. I'm hit and miss on musicals. I like some musicals. Don't like them all. I know they're not for everyone. I don't remember why I picked this one up, and I don't even remember the movie. So that's all I'll say. Bird on Wire, Bird on Wire. Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. Only thing to say about this is the pop art cover, which I liked the artwork better than, to me, their other cover looks generic. Disney's The Black Cauldron. Released exclusively through the Disney Movie Club on Blu-ray. Unfortunately, you can't get it on Blu-ray outside of the now defunct Movie Club. Harry Truman, Doris Day, Red China, Johnny Ray. Black Cauldron, the only thing I'll say about that was one of Disney's hatchet jobs. It was set to become Disney's first PG-rated animated movie, but they got scared and they took a hatchet to it and cut a whole bunch of stuff out. Then apparently they cut even more stuff out. I forget who it was, which producer, which CEO it was, but apparently he took the print home with him like over a weekend and cut even more. So we're stuck with the version we have. My understanding on the Black Cauldron is before Roy Disney's death, he was pushing for it to be restored to the complete intended version. My understanding is also Disney on DVD had prepared and was planning a 2-disc special edition that was going to include the original version of the movie, but for whatever reason, Disney pulled the plug and cut that DVD back to a single disc version. And you could tell that something's off on it, because if you look at the old DVD, not to be confused with the Blu-ray, but you look at the DVD, not only does it not have any extras, but it is listed on the back as, instead of when it's multi-disc, it makes sense to say, 2-disc edition or 3-disc edition. On the back, it says 1-disc edition. Well, that's not a feature. Saying your thing is a 1-disc edition is not a feature. Sorry for yelling during the ASMR, Megs. Hope I didn't wake you up. Disney's The Black Hole, also Disney Movie Club exclusive. The only Disney movie Club exclusive that I know of where Disney had to do a recall, but apparently they still slipped out the unfixed copies toward the end, and they refused to fix them when they were getting ready to shut down. Black Hole was Disney's answer. Total Recall? Okay. Yeah. Was that a line in Total Recall? I like Total Recall. I haven't seen it for years. A 1-disc feature for the win. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Disney. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to tell you something else, and this is going to DVDs if and when I ever do a DVD discussion. Disney, there was a company called Anchor Bay that licensed movies from Disney. They were one of the first third parties to ever license movies from Disney, and Disney didn't, the CEO didn't realize it until they saw a news article where these Disney movies that weren't released by them, specifically something called The Happiest Millionaire, was being praised in a trade magazine for releasing the roadshow director's cut of the movie. And Disney got the the one branch of Disney, they got mad that this stuff had ever been released. So they tried to pull the plug on Anchor Bay's Disney movies because they started claiming that Anchor Bay adding menus to the DVD counted as an unauthorized special feature. They tried to say Anchor Bay was breaking the contract because they had a menu, because it had chapter stops, and that was an unauthorized special feature. Disney could suck it. Okay, the black hole. Before I get too angry, because I could get angry on the black hole, believe me. The black hole was Disney's answer to Star Wars. Everyone was looking for answers to Star Wars. Black Hole was Disney answers to Star Wars. It was also one of the last two movies to have an overture at the beginning. The Black Hole, that I know of, and they were both the same year, about the same time. The Black Hole in 1979, answer to Star Wars. Star Trek the Motion Picture, the same time, from Paramount, answer to Star Wars. Both had overtures. And the Blu-ray was screwed up because the menu, I guess the authoring was unauthorized special feature chapter selection. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. Carry on. Yep. Nope, doesn't. So the black hole on the Blu-ray, it was supposed to have the overture like the DVDs always had. And it was apparently on the disc, but the disc was authored where it would skip over it. So they had to do a disc replacement with fixed discs because no one does any quality checking at Disney, I guess. But just to mention the Black Hole, Black Hole's a very uneven movie. Black Hole's a very interesting movie, but it does sort of the plot. It feels like they every time they go in a direction with this movie, it's like they suddenly get scared and they change the plot. It's like they get scared that they're committing to this really grand idea, so they abandon it. So by the end of the movie, it just starts feeling more typical space opera, swashbuckling in space thing with some really good ideas floating around it. The music for the movie is incredible. It's one of John Barry's best scores. This is except for the overture. I don't like the battle theme for the overture, but the theme song for the Black Hole, holy crap. It's amazing. But the ending to the Black Hole. So the ending to the Black Hole was supposed to be this big heaven and hell depiction. And without spoiling too much, it was supposed to end like with one of the main characters staring up at the Sistine Chapel, the image of God reaching out and touching the hand of Adam, and it was supposed to be replaced by with the android, with one of the robots and the mad scientist in the movie. And then it was supposed to, and then the ending shows like him on like the precipice of hell and all this stuff. Well, Disney, of course, didn't like that, so it got recut. Now the hell stuff's still there, but the Sistine Chapel stuff isn't. But it makes sense when they say this stuff was shot and done. It seems that it's more than just, rumor, because if you look at the hair and the changing length of the hair of the mad scientist, it fits. It all looks like that was the ending, and that ending was shot, and that ending is probably sitting in Disney's vaults, and Disney being Disney, we can't be bothered to find it, and even if we find it, we're not going to release it. So yeah, we're stuck with the ending we have, which is the ending to the Black Hole. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But if you've never seen the Black Hole, if you're a Star Wars fan, if you're a sci-fi fan, really, it's one of those things when the studios were scrambling to reply to Star Wars, to the original Star Wars, now Star Wars A New Hope. Worth your time. Black Lagoon, complete series plus the OVAs of Roberta's Blood Trail. Nothing need to be said about that. Amazing show. Black Moon Rising. It's a nifty, it was a Roger Corman produced, but with New World Pictures, sort of a supercar political intrigue espionage thing with Tommy Lee Jones and Linda Hamilton. It's fun. Blackbeard's Ghost, Disney Movie Club exclusive. Nothing to say about that. Blade Runner. Do want to mention this. This is the, I don't know which edition this is. I think this is the 25th or the 35th edition. So this is the second edition I had on Blu-ray of Blade Runner, and it's interesting, and it's one of those things which I wish Warner would do the same thing. I'll mention it if I ever get to Lord of the Rings tonight. Holy crap, it's already 9. If I ever get to Lord of the Rings tonight, I will mention it there. But the original Blu-ray edition of Blade Runner was 5 discs. It had 3 Blu-ray discs and 2 DVD discs. The 2 DVD discs had all the special features. The 3 Blu-ray discs were old encodes, but they had the final cut. Then you had an archival disc that had the like 1990 something director's cut, which really wasn't a director's cut, and the original US theatrical cut and the international theatrical cut. And then you had the last Blu-ray disc had the work print version, which was once released to theaters inaccurately, also as the director's cut, when it's probably the least director's cutty of them all. And I want to say that's what led to the other not quite a director's cut from the 90s, was that Ridley Scott wasn't happy with them calling that a director's cut, so he kind of stepped in and told them what to do with the other one temporarily. But the final cut of Blade Runner is amazing, really worth your time. They went back, Warner Brothers, and they did not give... the bad thing, when they did a reissue, they reissued it as 3 discs, 3 Blu-ray discs. They did not give a fresh encode, unfortunately, to the to the final cut. And they didn't give a fresh encode, I don't think, to the theatrical and to the theatrical cut or the international cut or director, not quite a director's cut, but the work print disc. They went and gave it a fresh encode, so it would be in a better codec and take up less space on the disc. And then they put all of the DVD specials features on that disc, which is what they could have done to begin with. The original set could have, well, they couldn't have, because the original set they had different codecs then. But yeah, they stuffed all those on a single Blu-ray instead of recycling these DVD discs, which makes more sense. And even if they had done the original set as a 4-disc set and had all the special features on the on a singular Blu-ray, that would have made more sense than putting the 2 DVD discs in there, at least to me. And that goes for the Lord of the Rings, when we'll talk about that if I ever get to that tonight, because we're still in the B's. Holy crap. Blade Runner 2049, this is the 3D version. I'm not a big fan of the movie, because I thought the movie was good, but I didn't like it because if you haven't seen Blade Runner, I won't spoil it to you, but it answers the question of who and what Harrison Ford's character was in a way different than the director wanted. It answered it basically in the way Harrison Ford has said the character is, but contrary to what the director, Ridley Scott, says it is. So I'll go with Ridley Scott on that one. Blazing Saddles. Oh, and it was a Best Buy exclusive, but now, as far as I know, you can get the 3D version from Amazon still, so not that exclusive. Blazing Saddles, this is the reissue version, the first edition. What did I miss? Well, Mari, we're only in the B's. You missed me yelling about Fantasia, which was under... I was busy getting... Oh, no. Oh, dear. I hope you're okay. You all right, Mari? I'm sorry. Oh, dear. Boy. Well, you didn't miss much. You missed me screaming, and Omegs can tell you, me screaming about the, well, almost screaming about Battlestar Galactica not being a definitive set. I'm okay, don't worry. Good. Good. Glad to hear it. You missed me screaming about that. You missed me yelling about Disney and their screw jobs with Fantasia and the Black Hole, and what else did and their screw job with Bedknobs and Broom. You missed a lot of me screaming about Disney being screw jobs and about Universal not understanding what definitive means. Blazing Saddles, this is a reissue that has better quality audio. Sorry to hear it. Recommend replace your cold water with warm water. Recommend, and don't forget some socks and with a sweater. Please tell me you have a scream. It wasn't so much a scream as much as it was me raising my voice and then making sure I didn't wake Omegs up. No, most of my screams I think are from my Gleg Lancer. The movie, well, Battlestar Galactica, it was the, no, not the, oh, please tell me you have Scream the movie. No, I do not have Scream. I've got horror stuff. We haven't gotten to the horror yet. But most of the horror is coming up. There's some tame horror on this page, but we're getting to my quirky horror tastes. Sorry, I don't have Scream. I got a little bit of Halloween covered, but no Scream. In fact, I'm going to be honest, I have never seen Scream all the way through. I've seen bits and pieces of the original Scream, never saw it all the way through or the sequels. That's something I need to change this coming Halloween. Yeah, I know. Add that to the list of weird ones. The thing of all the things. What the hell? I know. Between that and Saw, you're gonna have me curled up in the fetal position crying at this point with this coming Halloween. Blazing Saddles, the only thing to mention about this, it shows in a regular DVD cover, but the original editions were a chipboard box. I do have the chipboard box, which is better. Basement Now, it's movie night. We'll have to do that. Speaking of horror, but tame horror, Blood from the Mummy's Tomb. It's not really super horror. This is Hammer Films' last Mummy movie. I think it's fun. It's based on Bram Stoker's Jewel of Seven Stars. It's interesting because Peter Cushing was going to be in it, but his wife, I believe, died, and so he backed out, which is unfortunate. Then the director died, and so someone else took over the director, but one of the producers, but gave the original director credit and claimed Michael Carreras, I think Michael Carreras took over directing, and and Peter Cushing's gone now. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I love Peter Cushing, but it's one of their cheaper movies, though, unfortunately. But so the producer Michael Carreras took over directing it, and he swore that he could feel I don't know the name of the intended director. Maybe it says it. Nope. Seth Holt, director. He claimed he could feel Seth Holt directing through him like he wasn't even directing it. I don't buy that, but it's a decent Hammer film. It's a decent one of their later films, and their later films aren't usually decent. Bludgeoning Angel Dokura-chan. Yeah, that is a fun anime series about an angel continually beating a guy to death and then bringing him back to life. Bond 50. This is the original, really. I wish they wouldn't show Daniel Craig. It's the original James Bond box set that hit Blu-ray. It has Dr. No up through Quantum of Solace. The only things that I should point out about it is it's got a space for Skyfall, because Skyfall was coming out at the time, but the packaging doesn't reflect it. So that's why I never put Skyfall into it. That's number one. Number two, it's Digibook, and it was hell to get unscratched discs. Number three, the version of Casino Royale in it was the first one that Fox MGM released, because it was originally released through Sony, and it's a bit different in terms of the special features on it, so you'll see a repeat of that. And number four, I really wish, and I'd spend the cash to repurchase the bonds. I'd really wish, because they even treat it like it's a separate entity now. I wish they had a box set that just went all the way through the Pierce Brosnan era and then separated at Daniel Craig. I'm not a big fan of the Daniel Craig era, and I got less of a fan as it went on, and I picked them all up, which you'll see as we go on for completeness sake, but yeah, the Daniel Craig ones didn't do it for me. If you're a fan, God love you, glad you enjoy them. It wasn't my thing. For me, the Bond series sort of ends with Pierce Brosnan. Really, for the longest time, I didn't even accept the Pierce Brosnans. I was one of these people of when I watched them from the beginning to end, when I first started my James Bond journey, I thought they ended really well with Timothy Dalton. Timothy Dalton, I am a minority that thinks Timothy Dalton was the best James Bond. And with that, I think License to Kill, for all intents and purposes, is a solid way to end that franchise. But what do I know? Book of Life 3D edition, and let me just tell you, the Book of Life in 3D is freaking fantastic. This is one of those 3D Blu-rays that reminds me why I love 3D and why I will cling to my 3D TV until it dies, and why I wish they'd release a new generation of 3D TVs. It's too bad they've discontinued them. Please tell me you've seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Well, no. I'm sorry, Mari. I've never seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I've never seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'm going to make it even worse for you. I'm going to make it even worse for you, Mari. I have never seen in its entirety any of the Friday the 13th movies, and I've never seen the Nightmare Before Elm Street movies in their entirety. I know that. I'm going to be in trouble soon. I don't know. Okay, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I think it's because someone had mentioned some of the scenes in it, just kind of, when I was younger, mentioned them to me, and it just kind of gruesomed me out. What? Yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street, I want to say it was something where I was planning to get into them. Well, my family, if anything, I'm probably the only one in my immediate family who was ever into any horror. That said, I have seen most, I've seen up through, I saw most of George Romero's Dead movies. I stopped after, Land of the Dead. I started watching his fifth one, Diary of the Dead, and that just was depressing. But no, Nightmare on Elm Street, I want to say I saw half of the first one. I had planned for Halloween to like sit down when they were running them all on Pluto or something. 2010 remake I didn't like. Yeah, well, there are very few remakes that I'm a big fan of, so yeah. Yeah, so I've never seen any of the Nightmares. I want to see those. I've never seen the Jasons. I guess my thing was I always when the killing becomes an art, I guess it's sort of like the Saw movies. When the killing becomes an art and killing people in different ways, it freaks me out. Maybe it's a mortality thing of dying badly. I'm willing to watch them. Don't get me wrong. It's not something where I'm going to say, no, Mari, we're never watching them. Please tell me you've seen Evil Dead. Oh, not only have I seen Evil Dead, Mari, I am not ever going to dox my age. Never. I will never dox my age, and let me make it 100,000% clear. I am not a boomer. That said, when I was a little Madamus, not too little, but little enough, I had seen Army of Darkness. In fact, we already talked about the Army of Darkness 4K disc before you got in here. And after seeing that, I got my hands on the Evil Dead on VHS. And that pencil scene, wow. The pencil scene alone made it where I could never look at a number two pencil again. So yes, I've seen the only Evil Deads I have not seen. I have not seen any of the reboot ones. I did not see the recent one, which I have heard is pretty gruesome, and I did not see the one that came out last year. I think I started watching the trailer and just felt like not quite my bag. To me, Evil Dead without Ash is an Evil Dead. I need my Bruce Campbell fix for Evil Dead to be. Need my Bruce. Yes, in fact, we're not going to talk about it here because this isn't the DVDs, but when it comes to Evil Dead, I've got a few different editions on DVD. The 3-disc Ultimate Edition, which I think is a better edition than the Blu-ray, and an old edition from a company called Elite, which I only have because it's a... a cheese grater. Yep, I could probably do without that. Oh, God. This is when I get really squeamish. deep voice cries like a baby. Hydration break real quick. I've been talking too long. I should really start my water instead of this carbonated water. Let me go ahead and move on with these. Bournes. What's there to say about these? The Bourne Identity with Matt Damon, the Bourne Supremacy, the Bourne Ultimatum, and the Bourne Legacy. The only thing I'm going to say about the Bourne Legacy, it's a Best Buy edition that had a bonus disc. I don't want to ask about the pencil scenes or cheese grater, even if I'm curious. If you're comfortable doing so, just say body part. When I'm talking about pencil, I'm just going to say foot. But let me just say more like heel of the foot, back part of the foot. Yeah, that was something that was something, but the thing about the Evil Dead was, after seeing the original Evil Dead and watch him, I mean, I hate to use the word desensitized, but you got desensitized. I can't remember the pencil scene off the top of my head. Yeah, I remember it. It was to the foot. But it just the foot looked too real. Cheese leg. Ugh. It's times like this I'm happy that my right leg sometimes feels numb. I don't know why. Why am I mentioning that? Yeah, lately for like the past 2 months, my right leg has been feeling numb, and I don't know why. I should probably see a doctor. Heel of the foot. I'm glad you didn't say toenail. No toenails, or else I need to go there. Please carry on. Nope, no toenails. In fact, I don't think there was ever anything like nail related in any of the not in the original 3. And Army of Darkness is not a horror movie, for the record. Even Evil Dead 2, it's such a horror comedy. It's an interesting series, Super Shops, because I mean, we haven't even gotten to it, but it evolves or de-evolves. It starts as a horror movie that is so over the top it's hard to take seriously. Then it goes to go to the doctor. I meant because of my my right leg, I don't know what it is. It's been feeling numb lately. I mean, it moves fine. It just feels numb. I don't get it. I'm sure it's nothing. I probably just sleep. I think my mattress sucks. So that's probably what's causing it. Evil Dead started out meaning to be a super heavy horror, then became a horror comedy. Oh, that was meant to be an exclamation point. Okay. Well, I keep thinking I should at least start by checking WebMD, but I'm always afraid to go to WebMD because I'm afraid it'll tell me to go to the doctor. And then it became a horror comedy. Then by Army of Darkness, Super Shops, it became straight comedy. Almost straight comedy. Just a few hints of a horror. Only thing I'll say real quick about Bourne Legacy, I've always thought it was interesting because one of the mentions Joan Allen being in it. Joan Allen is not in this movie. They recycle like 2 shots of her from the earlier from one of the other Bourne movies, and she still got top billing. I love Ashy Slashy. Yeah, in fact, that's one of the few old. I have an old McFarlane Toys little like 3 different Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness figures. Or no, are they all? No, they're all Army of Darkness, and Ash, Pit Witch, and Bad Ash. I still have those sitting out with my movies on a shelf. Those are practically the only. I don't have a lot of figurines. I've never done the whole anime figure thing yet. Mostly because of the price. I'm too cheap. Yeah, so Bourne Legacy, Joan Allen, full top billing, wasn't in it. Okay. But it's a decent movie. It was like when Jeremy Renner was first getting started. By the way, one thing I'll mention about Bourne. A lot of people don't realize Matt Damon was not the first Bourne. There was a made-for-TV miniseries, which I think is much closer to the book of the Bourne Identity. It was released to DVD, even though it's been matted to widescreen. It was originally played by Richard Chamberlain. And it wasn't so much of an action movie. It was a much more like espionage thing. But I really like that version better than the Matt Damon movies. It's just, there's something about it. It just feels more, I don't know, it feels more clean, more elite, more, it doesn't feel like a popcorn flick. It just feels I don't know. It's hard for me to put into words. John Wayne is Brannigan. Don't know what to say about that, except John Wayne played a cop twice, and this is one of them, and it is not a good movie, but it's a guilty pleasure, and then some. Brazil, I will mention this because you'll notice there are 2 copies here. They're both different. Brazil is a wonderful movie. If you have never seen Brazil from 1984, it has nothing to do with Brazil. It is focused around the song Brazil and a weird recording of the song Brazil, almost comedic recording of it that was, I guess, the director Terry Gilliam heard. Think George Orwell's 1984 meets Monty Python. Or a candy-coated version of 1984. It is, the director defined it as cinematic grape. He said it lures you in, it backs you into a corner, and then it beats the crap out of you. And it does. And it's, I mean, oh boy, I'm doing a great job selling it, describing a movie as cinematic grape. But seriously, Brazil is fun. The version on the left is the Criterion Collection version. It's the director's cut, which is, it has a little scene order difference and is some extensions. It's the better version. Version on the right's the US theatrical cut. It's shorter, but it includes 1 joke that's not in the director's cut. I don't know why I even picked up the theatrical cut, because really, the director's cut is the only version I watch. Boy, my bit rate just dropped down to nothing. So if you're getting crunchy video right now, my apologies. Or any lag, my apologies. Yeah, so Brazil, great movie. Incredible movie. Wonderful movie. Really. And very relevant, too. I don't see the crunchy. Good. Glad. And in fact, and Brazil is a Christmas movie. Takes place during Christmas. It's all set around Christmas. There's like Christmas gifts for this something special for an executive, which are all the same thing. It's got like the government carrying out supposed fake terrorist plots. So false flag stuff. And taking people to prison over their taxes. What else? There was something else. You got, because it's set in the future, you got protesters holding signs of, for Christmas, consumers for Christ, which I don't know how that works, but it is, seriously, Brazil, awesome. It's a movie that should be mentioned with Citizen Kane, in my opinion. But what do I know? Moving on to a bit of horror. Brides of Dracula. This is a Hammer film. This is the second of the Hammer Dracula movies. It is also does not have Dracula or anything to do with Dracula. I mean, spoiler alert. It's just about Van Helsing and him played by Peter Cushing, continuing to track down more of the vampire cult. I think it's one of the best Hammer films there is. It's not scary, so sorry, it doesn't really tap horror. It's more just like a spooky vibe, but it's one of those spooky vibe things that's so fun to watch at Halloween. Fun. And this is one edition of it. It's also in there's a Hammer collection, which we'll get to at some point, from Universal, with a transfer that is A, not as good, and B, is misframed. Because one thing about Hammer films is early Hammer films did not have nudity, but they sure liked to put the boundary with the cleavage, and for some reason the Universal version is cropped with the cleavage. Can't seem to speak. And it's just because it wasn't intentional. They just screwed up. They misread what the aspect ratios were, I guess, on their prints, and they matted them all to something weird like 2:1. I don't know. Okay, Bridge on the River Kwai, Guns of Navarone. I would have probably had those separately instead of in a double feature, but for some reason they were a lot more expensive individually. Moving on. Okay. Bridge too far. Brigadoon. Fun musical. If you're into musicals, that's one I like, but it's also really depressing. In fact, first time I saw it, I hated it. Bruce Lee, his greatest hits. This is from the Criterion Collection. It's The Big Boss, aka Fists of Fury, the Chinese connection, aka Fist of Fury, Way of the Dragon, aka Return of the Dragon, Enter the Dragon, and Game of Death. And it also has Game of Death 2. Couple notes about this. There's a collection by Arrow that, with the exception of the copy of Enter the Dragon in it, all of the other ones are massively better editions. Unfortunately, the Arrow version is a UK exclusive, and I generally don't do imports. I've only got 2 imports, which if we ever get to them. Only thing to mention about that set, what makes it bad and good, is, if I recall, Game of Death 2 was well, neither was Game of Death wasn't finished. Game of Death 2 never was, is sort of how it, so Game of Death wasn't finished, and they cut it together with a stand-in, and for a while they tried to make it seem like it was like hiding that it wasn't Bruce Lee, but then the director stopped giving a crap, which is unfortunate. And so, yeah, Game of Death only has about 10 minutes of actual Bruce Lee footage. Game of Death 2, they decided to keep the illusion going. They took a bunch of footage from some of the other Bruce Lee movies, and for the first half of the movie, had it like Bruce Lee was still alive, and then had him getting killed again, and now his brother out trying to figure out who killed him. So... or his character, or whatever. So yeah, Game of Death was the one he never finished. Game of Death 2, also known as Tower of Death, shouldn't be there. I mean, well, it should be there, but it shouldn't exist. It's just a weird, just the weird thing of, let's take a deceased guy's footage and try to cut it into another movie. And yet, it's fun to watch. But the Blu-ray on this set of that sucks. They... Criterion was only allowed to use Fortune Stars Master, and Fortune Stars Master was like converted from standard definition, and it was only the US cut, not the international cut, and there are some differences with it. We also have the accident that happened to Brandon Lee. May rest in peace. Yeah. In fact, little something about that, Super Shops. There is a scene, the scene in Game of Death, the original, and I'll spoil it here, where Bruce Lee's character is killed and thought to be dead, is a scene where it's during the production of the movie, and he is shot by a gun that is supposed to be filled with blanks, but it was actually loaded. So basically, the way that Bruce Lee was supposed to fake die to cover up his death in Game of Death is the way Brandon Lee actually died with The Crow. Yeah. Yeah, it makes you wonder. I heard about the scene with Brandon Lee. Yeah. So it makes you wonder. I mean, yeah, as much as I don't believe all these conspiracy things, holy crap, that's a coincidence. So yeah, Game of Death 2 is a bad-looking transfer. The other ones in this set all look good, and Enter the Dragon, Criterion gets my praise because it is the theatrical cut. It has the expanded special edition, but it has the original theatrical cut. That's number 1. And it has the original mono sound mix. Hooray. That is number 2, because the mono mix is so much better and more appropriate. Bubba Hotep is awesome. And, you know, I'll file this under the horror movie thing. I'll be disappointed if Mari hasn't seen Bubba Hotep. Bubba Hotep is with Bruce Campbell playing a Elvis Presley who apparently had changed places with the double, and now he's in a nursing home dying, living with a JFK who was turned into a black man by Lyndon Johnson, and now they are fighting a mummy. Bubba Hotep is the most bizarre, wonderful concept. One of the most bizarre, wonderful concepts there is. The Bubble 3D, I want to mention this one real quick. There is a reissue coming out of this. Apparently, the movie was cut by like 30 minutes. So there is a reissue on its way. It's being restored. Someone found the footage, and it's being fully restored. The Bubble is a sci-fi movie, and it's interesting. It's one of these human beings trapped in a glass dome like a fishbowl by aliens. Okay. We've seen that done a lot. The Blu-ray kind of sucks because the audio is horribly out of sync. And apparently, I guess they couldn't fix it. I don't know what it is. Supposedly, the new one is going to be fixed. Thank God, because it's bad. That said, The Bubble, is the single most aggressive, with one exception, which I'll get to at some point soon, because it's in the seas. The Bubble is the most aggressive 3D movie, one of the two most aggressive 3D movies I've ever seen. If you want a movie where stuff like wings of planes and people reach in, everything, the depth is so deep, stuff is reaching out to you where you do feel like it is in front of your frickin' face. The Bubble will do that. The Bubble is, it says Space Vision 3D. Holy Hannah, this is 3D to the extreme. This is 3D, almost give you nausea 3D. And I love that. Buck Rogers. This is the 70s and 80s series. So Buck Rogers is the 25th Century. This is the complete series plus the theatrical cut of the movie. Sort of similar to the Battlestar Galactica. It was the same producer, at least for the first season, Glenn Larson, with the theatrical cut and the TV cut being different, but it's a different thing. In this case, they cut the theatrical cut because they thought some scenes were, I think, too scandalous for television in the late 70s, early 80s. And some of the lines, like the little robot Tweaky when he was getting cold saying, "My ball bearings are turning blue," they thought that was inappropriate. So it's got some changes there. It removes a couple scenes, adds in a few more, adds in an epilogue to set up the series itself. And the only reason we have a theatrical movie of it is because TV stations didn't, when the pilot was shot, no one wanted it. So Universal decided, well, we'll just put it in theaters. And it wasn't a breakout hit, but it made enough money that I think it was NBC came along, NBC or ABC came along and said, okay, we'll bite. We'll take a season. So they took a season. It was good. Season 2 comes along. It's not, they decide to completely change the premise. It's not so good. And it only lasts a half a season. So what can you do? And one thing I'll mention, unfortunately, one thing no one will care about but me. It is missing one thing that's on the DVD, kind of. The season 1 finale was a 2-hour episode. Originally, it was shown on TV as a telemovie. And as a telemovie, and when I say telemovie, I mean made for TV movie. So it was a movie-length episode. It was, as far as I know, the same as the eventual 2-part version, except it didn't have the previously on Buck Rogers thing that they'll do, halfway through. And it had a longer opening credit sequence because they padded it out a little bit. It doesn't have any additional footage as far as I know. For some reason, the DVD set that Universal put out has the telemovie version, but the Blu-ray set is the 2-part version. I can't explain it. Thankfully, no footage is lost, so it's not a big deal. It's just weird. But Buck Rogers in the 25th Century is a fun sci-fi series. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buonasera, or Buonasera, I can't pronounce Italian words, Mrs. Campbell. I need to mention this one, even though... So, I'm guessing, if anyone, I know you're not super shoffs into the musicals, but if anyone here is a fan of Mamma Mia at all, now I like Mamma Mia. What would you say if I told you that Mamma Mia won almost 100? That Mamma Mia plagiarized this movie and never gave it credit. There's no credit given, and they've never been called out for it. There have never been any lawsuits, nothing. So this movie is from yes, you heard of Mamma Mia. Well, Buonasera, Mrs. Campbell, came out in the 60s. And the plot is almost identical, except it's got a World War II aspect to it, with her having been in Italy and have met with some American, because the whole point of Mamma Mia, and I'm not doing a spoiler because this is all mentioned in the before the opening credits even get off. Mamma Mia involves a girl not knowing who who her father is, and finding her mom's diary and learning that there are 3 guys that it could have been. Well, Buenos Aires, Mrs. Campbell is the exact same thing, except it was World War II GIs who were in Italy at the time. It's the movie, and almost everything except for the names of the character and the locales. The characters and the locales are changed. It is the plot. It is Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia, unless great minds think alike, and I don't think they do because the second Mamma Mia sucked. Unless great minds think alike, yeah, I'll say it sucked. Sorry, it sucked. Sorry if you're on the pro Mamma Mia, here we go again crowd. Yeah, they lifted this whole thing, and I'm so surprised that no one noticed and that there never was a lawsuit. Because apparently this movie was big enough that it got a Blu-ray release from Kino. I mean, not the biggest company, but Kino. Yeah, so Mamma Mia plagiarized that. Okay, Burnt Offerings. Burnt Offerings, this would probably be up Mari's alley. Burnt Offerings is a horror movie. It is from Dan Curtis. It's not gruesome by anything like that, but it's disturbing. Burnt Offerings, and this is the original edition, which unfortunately doesn't have subtitles. There's a reissue now, which is the artwork's identical. The only difference is it has subtitles. Burnt Offerings, I forget who all was in it. Is it gonna say? No, it's not. Okay, Burnt Offerings is basically about a family going to rent a house, and this house feeds off the people renting the house rent it out because it feeds off of people and restores itself. It's a haunted house that's like alive, and they make these comments about it being, oh well, when it comes alive, it's like it feeds off of the people. It's such a weird and creepy concept, and I can't really put it into words, but Burnt Offerings, a lot of fun. Okay, C Control, not much to say about that. It's the limited edition and chipboard box just because I picked it up on blind buy at $10. John Wayne Cahill, Call of the Night. Okay, Call of the Night, I'm going to say one thing about. Call of the Night is a fun anime series. It's one of these, it's one of your school life, but also with a spooky vibe, comedy, whatever things. I don't know what the name of the genre is in anime, but the thing about it, which makes it uncomfortable, is it feels too... They're supposed to be kids not even in high school, it's middle school, and it feels a bit too... God, I hate even saying it. It feels too sexualized for being... I don't want to sound prude, but for being middle school, it feels too sexualized. It just doesn't feel... I like the show, but I feel wrong for liking it. Camelot, another musical. This is a musical I absolutely love, starring Richard Harris, who was the guy, by the way, who originally played Dumbledore in the first 2 Harry Potter movies before he died. Been in a lot of stuff. Richard Harris, he also sang the song MacArthur's Park, the original version. Great musical. Not the greatest Blu-ray, but it's a nice digital, it's a nice digibook edition. Zaku, Rip2 a legend. Welcome in, Zaku. Yeah. I always liked Richard Harris. Yep. Okay, moving on. Another musical. Can't Stop the Music. Yeah, welcome in, Zaku. Yep, just today, usually we do gaming streams. Today I'm just going through at least part of the Blu-ray library. Just to kind of wind down after Christmas. Okay, Can't Stop the Music. Now, this is being reissued by Kino. It may already be out. We gotta talk about Can't Stop the Music. So, Matt is creating the ultimate ASMR. Thank you, Omegs. I love your channel. Just came upon your channel. Subscribe for sure. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the subscribe. So, Can't Stop the Music is the Village People musical, also starring Steve Guttenberg. Oh gosh, Yeah, okay. I can't read. My brain isn't working because of doing the 12-hour or 14 or however long it was last night. It's the Village People musical, also starring Steve Guttenberg, Valerie Perrine from Superman fame, and Bruce Jenner before Caitlyn Jenner. Now, the thing about this is it's sad, no longer 5. Also, congrats on 600 subs. How did that happen? I mean, thank you. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed. Wow. I wasn't expecting that today. Man, thank you very much. I am humbled. Everyone who has subscribed, who is watching this, I am humbled. Thank you very much. You know, well, it's amazing because just a week ago, I was still at 100. Speed of lightning, yeah. I hate to say this, but with all the bots in the world, I'm waiting for it to come crashing down. I know Zaku's not a bot. I know I don't think Omegs is. I know Supershofts isn't. I know Mari isn't. But yeah, I'm waiting for it to go. I'm just waiting for the rug to get pulled out, which is fine. I mean, that's fine. But, I mean, well, fine in that what happens. I'm a bot. Thank you, Omegs. Noted. At least you're not a miner. We eat the miners. Yeah, talk about a skyrocket. I don't know how or why. I appreciate it. I am genuinely, legitimately humbled. Thank you to everyone. And we will do something for a milestone at some point. Thanks, Omegs. Can't stop the music. I got to talk about this one. So the thing about this is, okay, it's not a great movie. Just keep at, man. You'll get the recognition you deserve. Well, thank you very much. Honest, like I said, I am humbled. I just started in really mid-October, and the first 2 videos had to be removed because of technical problems. I am totally humbled by how it's grown recently. So thank you. I appreciate it. Can't stop the music. So I once met a person, I worked with a person who, he was from Colombia, and he was a fan of Village People, and he had grown up with the Village People because their music, he just thought, after seeing their music videos, they were just wild and crazy fun guys. This movie, if you didn't realize the Village People were gay before this movie, you get it now. Because this movie makes a lot of double entendre jokes. They're all there. And then we got to talk about Bruce Jenner turned Caitlyn Jenner. Anytime anyone, you know, back when that happened, everyone was talking about being shocked about Bruce Jenner because he'd been an Olympic athlete and something like that. You didn't see it coming. Except I feel like for me, because I was on, at that time I was on Facebook under a different identity, and I was even saying, did y'all never see Can't Stop the Music? And I'm not saying that because he was in a Village People movie. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that because there is a scene in this movie where Bruce Jenner shows up on the street wearing a midriff and a pair of Daisy Dukes. So to me, it was just, he announced that he was transitioning, and I just immediately, everyone else is, gasp, and here I am just, oh, so that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, but Can't Stop the Music is a fun, it's not a good movie, but it's a fun party movie. And it's a fun movie too, because who doesn't like the Village People music? Well, I mean, I'm sure there are people who don't like the Village People music. I'm sure. But I like the Village People music. Captain America. This ain't the Chris Evans Captain America. I'll mention this real quick. This is the low-rent 1990 Captain America that was released by, it was supposed to be Canon Pictures, but it transferred to a Century 21 or 21st Century Pictures, which was another Canon Films rebranding. It's incredibly, it was directed by Albert Pune, who directed Cyborg. It's incredibly low budget. I know that there are a lot of things that were cut and changed from his director's cut. I don't know what all they were. I know there's also some really bad child acting in it. The kids who, it's not just that, and I'm not even going to say bad child acting, I'm going to say bad child acting editing, because they just let these kids read their lines on a single shot instead of cutting in between different reaction shots or something, and they pause trying to remember their lines. But the Captain America movie from 1990, it's nothing like the Disney Marvel stuff. Worth seeing. If you've never seen it, worth seeing. And frankly, I mean, you could kind of see a little bit of it there. I like the costume so much better. I don't care if it doesn't look realistic, but it looks like the comic book. I like my costumes to look like the comic books. That's why I like, I mean, the Tim Burton Batman. Why do I like well, I like the Tim Burton Batman anyway, but his Batman look with the yellow bat symbol looks like that's the way it looked in the comic. Or on Super Friends, because Super Friends was awesome. Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter. This is another, it's a horror movie. I hate to talk about this one too long. There is a new limited edition coming out of this. It's going to be one of the few imports I do, or I'm planning to do. There's a big giant, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 disc gift set with Blu-rays and 4Ks coming out from Hammer Films themselves in, I think, February. Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter was a late release of Hammer. They were trying to start a new franchise. They were trying to start a franchise almost like this is the beginning. Here's a precursor. We just mentioned Marvel. Here's a precursor to your Marvel universe. Hammer was looking to do the equivalent of a Hammer cinematic universe. They were going to have this character, this Captain Kronos, and they were going to have him meet up in all the different Hammer sort of horror franchises. He was going, in this one, he was fighting vampires who turned out to be Karsteins that I guess are in Lust for a Vampire. Some of the ones that I'm not super familiar with, but he was fighting those vampires, which were apparently part of Hammer lore. Then they were thinking for the next movie, it was going to be Monster Hunter. He was going to be against Frankenstein. And who knows what else. They were going to sort of, there might have eventually been Captain Kronos versus Dracula. But it was a brilliant idea for the time. And as far as a Hammer movie, it doesn't feel like a horror movie, but it's just a fun vampire hunter movie. And it's different. It doesn't have all the typical normal vampire hunter tropes, but it also points out some of the vampire hunter tropes, like the stake through the heart thing and having it not work, having things like that not work because all vampires, different types of vampires supposedly die different ways. Captain Kronos, very much worth your time. The Shout Factory Blu-ray isn't the best. It's okay. It's serviceable. The DVD you can find super cheap. So if you've never seen it, or I'm sure you could probably stream it for free, maybe even on Pluto. I don't know. Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter, a lot of fun. There is a really nice special edition coming out, but it also carries a really nice price tag. Casablanca's Casablanca. 2 Casino Royales. Why? Well, this will make 3. I mentioned that Casino Royale's in the Bond 50 set. This is one of the 2 Sony editions. So Sony originally had the rights to it, and they released a Blu-ray of Casino Royale. Then they went back and reissued it in a collector's edition, this edition, which added some special features. And I don't know if it had improved video, or I want to say it had maybe improved video. It might have had improved audio too. It has a linear PCM audio, so completely uncompressed audio. So the reason I've got this and still have it in the back library, even though I'm not a fan of the Daniel Craig Bond movies, is special features that aren't in the Bond 50 set and a sound mix that I kind of prefer. I like linear PCM tracks. My sound receiver seems to like them too. I don't have an expensive sound receiver. I've got what you used to be able to buy home theaters in a box pretty reasonably priced. And they weren't like you just plug your speakers into a player like some of them now. They actually had like a generic receiver. And so my generic Sony receiver likes linear PCM. Definitely more than Dolby True HD. Dolby True, it doesn't like, none of my stuff seems to like Dolby True HD. The other Casino Royale, need to mention this. This is the 1967 comedy version of Casino Royale. It's not super expensive, even though it was a Best Buy exclusive to my knowledge. This was released exclusively through Best Buy. I don't think it ever got a general release, and I don't know why. But they must have made enough of them, because unless something's happened recently, it's still reasonable. It's missing some of the featurettes from the original DVD. The only bad thing I'm going to say about it, really, this edition, it does not have the original mono mix which is unfortunate. This is another case where I would rather have the mono mix than the 5.1 remix. But Casino Royale is a weird and uneven movie. Casino Royale started as a Peter Sellers movie, and Peter Sellers is in it. But then Peter Sellers basically stopped showing up to work. So because he for a number of reasons, he was going through I think he was going through a messy divorce, and he also absolutely hated Orson Welles, seen here. And I think Orson Welles hated him, so it was mutual. So, yeah, they had problems with him on the set. He didn't keep showing up, so then they decided to fire him and came up with the idea, well, let's shoot a bunch of James Bond comedy shorts. And then once they did that, they realized, well, none of these work or make sense. So then it decided, well, can we shoot some additional scenes to connect them all together and have it as a long story? And is there as another story? And it came also to, can we take the Peter Sellers stuff and edit it together so that it will still work? And the answer was, I'm not going to say the answer was yes. I'll say the answer is that's what they did. The Peter Sellers stuff, there are big gaps, especially later on. You could tell it jumps where stuff is missing. That said, the Peter Sellers stuff is the best stuff. It's the best of the movie. So it's a movie that doesn't make a lot of sense. It's really uneven with its humor. It's not a good movie, but there's something very special about it. Oh, two things I do need to mention about Casino Royale. I know I'm boring everyone to death on it, just like I have everything. Casino Royale, the soundtrack was by Burt Bacharach. The theme song was Herb Alpert and Tijuana Brass, for anyone who's into music. The soundtrack was the legendary Burt Bacharach. The song, The Look of Love, which is one of my all-time... There was a time when I called that my favorite song. The Look of Love was written for this movie. It is used in several parts of the soundtrack, in addition to the Dusty Springfield version. And the producer hated the song and wanted something else. And Burt Bacharach told the director, hey, I'm never going to be able to write anything better than this. And the director even thought the producer was nuts and just said, don't worry, I'll take care of it. So thank God we still got The Look of Love. This movie, yeah, so Casino Royale, people can say that the 60s comedy sucks. It gave you The Look of Love. Okay? There. Castle, movie on. Okay, Castle in the Sky. I don't know much about the Disney edition. This is the G-Kids Shout Factory Studio Ghibli reissue version. One nice thing about this is it's got two different English sound mixes. It's got one, but one of them is compressed. It's got the Disney-fied version, which is unfortunate, and it's got a version that is the Disney-fied voice acting, but with the original sound effects and music. So it's got a more originalist mix. I want to say, I don't know enough about it, but I want to say there was an older dub, either a New World Pictures or a streamlined dub of this. And it's unfortunate we don't have that. There's a big, and Toho's similar to this. We haven't gone to Toho yet. Holy crap. Studio Ghibli is weird about older dubs and older versions and localizations. And now I'm one of these people. I'm a both things. I don't like localizations that change stuff up, and I especially don't like localizations that insert different agendas into a movie or change agendas. I don't like that. That said, I think especially older dubs, there's relevance to it. Older cuts of movies, when a movie was recut for one country versus another because someone thought they knew differently, or when dialogue and script was changed for that reason, I think they're relevant. They're historically relevant, and sometimes they're nostalgia relevant. Sometimes it's a case of, ooh, that's the way I remember it. Maybe that's not the best version, but that's the way I remember it. Sort of like the Blade Runner earlier. I love the final cut as my favorite version, but I can appreciate why someone would say, I grew up with the theatrical cut. That's the version I want to watch. So yeah, Castle in the Sky. It's a fun movie. And I'm happy. Shout Factory did the right thing by at least getting the right sound effects. But if there was another dub, it's too bad they couldn't include it. And there are some other Ghibli movies that are like that. Okay, Hal Wallace Ceasefire in 3D. It was shot with real Korean War soldiers. I've never watched this. I don't know quite why it was in the library. I think it's just something I bought cheap and kept because it's 3D. Haven't gotten around to it. Chaika, Coffin Princess, complete series. Nothing to say about that except it's the first edition. It's been reissued since. The Challenge from director John Frankenheimer. Interesting movie about a sort of washed up drunken boxer going to Japan as a delivery courier and getting roped into a feud between two families over a sword and learning the ways of martial arts in the process. I mean, it's atypical, but it's a good movie, and it's a good John Frankenheimer movie from when his career was kind of at one of those downward slopes before he came back and did Ronin. Charade, this is the Criterion edition. Nothing else to say except I love them. Off topic, I just randomly saw a Evangelion McDonald's ad and got a great laugh out of it. That sounds awesome. I'm guessing, I'm guessing that wasn't a US ad. If that was a US ad, then that makes me giddy. But that's awesome. You know, that's the stuff I love. And I'm guessing it was a Japanese ad because the American McDonald's doesn't like nice things and have, yeah, McDonald's Japan on tour. American McDonald's doesn't like nice things and having fun anymore. Maybe they used to back, you know, decades ago, but American McDonald's, no, they don't like the nice things and the having fun and making people smile like that anymore. It's just go in, push your button, and get the order from the app. Nice. I'll have to look that up later. Every company in the U.S. isn't fun, especially going into politics. Yeah, I wish it wouldn't happen. I wish it wouldn't happen. I mean, there are certain ones I get. Occasionally, depending on what type of company, I get. But with food companies, I don't get it. Man, I wish America had funny ads like that. You know, we used to. We used to, Omegs. I've seen the videos. Want me to share the link to the Twitter post? Please do. Please do. Yeah, go ahead and share it on my page or whatever. Yes, I want to see that. I don't know if I can open it on here. Let me see. Let me see if I can open X on this other computer without having to log in, because I don't want to log in. Yes, I use light mode, okay? I'm like Sarah. Oh, yeah. Here, let me, Japan stand. Let me, see if I can copy that to... Ah, darn it. I can't get to it from here. Do you have it, shared on your... Why light mode? I don't know, because I'm old. Well, I'm not old. I'm not a boomer. Why'd I say that? McDonald's Japan. Here, I'm just going to find it this way, because I can't get the link from here. I'm guessing it's this one. I'm guessing, is it... Oh, there we go. All right. Here, let me, I don't want to get copy... I just muted my mic by accident. Let me mute the BGM. Never mind, you got it. Yeah, let me see if I can play this and not get copyright flagged. Game is on. Okay, that's right there. I'm still hooked up. Well, I'll keep it muted. I don't want to get busted. We should add subtitles. But it's Japan. This is already... Oh my gosh. That is awesome. That is awesome. And I haven't even seen Evangelion. I've only seen parts. Okay. Yeah. That's great. That is great. That is awesome. Yeah, no, I've never seen Evangelion in its entirety. That said, I'll get to it eventually because it's something I picked up on a sale. Oh, I just have never watched it. You know, the robots are EVA 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Got it. McDonald's marketing team are geniuses. Yeah, especially in Japan, Zaku. I don't know what's going wrong here in the U.S. We used to have nice ads. We used to have awesome things from McDonald's. I'm sure that the amount of meat in the burger, yeah, the amount, yeah. So I'm sure that the amount of meat, yeah. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Ay. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I've seen ads and stuff from the 80s and even some from the 90s where it seemed like our McDonald's used to like nice things. Actual geniuses. That was amazing. Yeah. Yeah, everything here, honestly, they all feel generic. It's one of those ads you share because it's so silly. Yeah, and that's the type of stuff, and I don't know what happened to that, because I feel like we were really in that period here where a lot of ads were like that, and you still get them occasionally, but yeah, it's free advertisement just based on how outrageous it is. Exactly. That's why yeah. Well, moving on. Charade, this Criterion edition. There's a lot of weird public domain stuff, and they got me wanting a burger now too. Yeah, I haven't had McDonald's in so long just because their prices have gone more than I like to spend. Nowadays, marketing companies are beating themselves a lot. Charade, there is an edition from Universal with no special features. This is the Criterion edition, came out first. I'm sure Japan burgers are just superior. You know, they probably, with stuff like that, it probably is. I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't tried it personally, but I wouldn't doubt it. I feel like they're putting less junk in them. I don't want to get too much in the weeds in that, because I don't research a lot of it, but yeah. Whereas here, we're having the discussions about the pink slime with the burgers. I remember when that was going on. Okay, there's my mic. Yeah, Charade. Okay, special features on the Criterion you can get from Universal for a lot cheaper. I think the transfers are identical. That's all to say about that. Charlie Varick. I think it's out of print. Good heist movie. Cherry 2000. Okay, I got to talk about Cherry 2000. Now, first of all, there is a new special edition of it that was just released, and you can bet that I'm going to be repurchasing Cherry 2000. If you have never seen Cherry 2000, Cherry 2000 is a tongue-in-cheek post-apocalyptic movie where the U.S. basically is just recycling. First of all, the U.S. is just recycling everything. It doesn't innovate at all. And people like our hero, they don't even want to do dating. A lot of people have robot wives, or they used to have them, because U.S. used to build robot wives and AI wives, but that was, as it said in the movie, something along the lines of that's when Detroit still cared, because I guess they had the auto industry, it was supposed to be the Detroit building the robot wives. So the movie is basically about the guy, without giving too much away, his robot wife breaks down, but the memory chip is okay. So he hires a tracker who is also female to lead him into the forbidden zone in order to get to the old factory and get a replacement body for his robot wife, only to basically, I guess, learn that, slowly along the ways, learn that robot wives aren't real. Real women are real. Which I don't know if that's true, because I still think only anime women are real. But Cherry 2000, it's very tongue-in-cheek, but it's very relevant. Because, I mean, look at everything with the rise of AI and talk about, digital dating and dating a digital girlfriend and all this stuff. It feels, and you've got the robot bodies that some sussy dudes and probably sussy ladies are into, and that's basically what this is, to the extent. And even with him, when he's trying to get a replacement body for it, and the discussions about the only bodies them have not being realistic enough in certain ways. But the main thing I gotta say about this movie, it saw and I'm not getting political with this at all, but I'm saying it saw the Me Too movement coming from, I don't know when did this thing come out? Okay, 1987. It saw the Me Too movement coming decades earlier, because there is a scene in it early on with a young Lawrence Fishburne as Larry Fishburne playing a lawyer, taking place in a singles bar. And in that singles bar, first of all, everyone has like people have their like video sex tapes recorded. So they're using something like Tinder there to meet up. And second, when they do meet up, a man and a woman, they have to have a lawyer present, and they basically sign a legal contract for their one-night stands for what they are allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. There's something about the woman not refusing to sign it because of it having something about a morning second encounter in the contract. And I feel like, wow, this thing saw all this, ask for consent even to hug someone stuff coming a mile away because you need a lawyer to go to a singles bar. Now, I'm not saying anything about, that's not me saying, you shouldn't get consent or anything like that. But I'm just saying this basically, it saw the extreme of it, the absolute extreme of it coming a mile away, which I think, and it's a fun movie. It's a fun movie. If you want a sort of Mad Max tongue-in-cheek thing, really a lot of fun. Yeah, I need to watch it again. Okay, Chihaya Furu seasons 1, 2, and 3. Nothing to say there. Chinese Boxer. It's a Shaw Brothers movie with Jimmy Wang Yu. I always used to say Jimmy Wang Yu, and apparently it's Wong. But I like saying it the other way better. I'm sorry, Mr. Yu. Chinese Connection, that, aka Fists of Fury. Speaking of AI, we finally reached the point where it's no longer exponentially improving. Really? I didn't know that. That is interesting. So we're kind of peaked now. Well, I wonder about if some of that has to do with the limits that we placed on it too. Now, some of those limits should be there. I'm not saying there shouldn't be limits on it, because I know that it would wipe us out in a second if that's the case. Well, with my name, you know how to pronounce. Yeah, that's true. Jimmy Wong Yu. Yes. Super Shops. Got it. Yep. Chinese Connection. This is the old Shout Factory version. Shout Factory had it before Criterion did. They screwed up a little bit. They released what they called the Premiere Collection, which was a box set of 4 Bruce Lee movies, and the transfers were all bad. Then they went back and they did disc replacements, and they screwed up some other stuff. Then they did another disc replacements, and they fixed the transfers, kind of. They were better transfers, but still had problems. Then they released them individually under their Shout Select line. They are not as good as the Criterion set. I think they might have a few different special features. The only things really with them is they put them under their Americanized titles on the cover. They use the American poster art, because this one should be called Fist of Fury. But they put it with the Chinese Connection title, which I personally like better. Even though it doesn't make sense with the movie, I just like the sound of it better. Yeah, so why do I keep that on the officially in the back library along with the Criterion? Really, I think it's just because I like that cover. That's a stupid reason, but... And maybe it's because some of the special features not crossing over, but I don't know. I don't know why I do. It might be just for comparison's sake of a few things. I'd have to think about that. Christopher Robin. Cinderella, this is the Diamond Edition. They reissued it in the Signature Edition, which is the same as the Diamond Edition with less features. Circle of Iron. It's a David Carradine movie. That wasn't David Carradine, but it's a David Carradine movie. Has some problems. It's good, though. It was based on a script that Bruce Lee wrote. It was supposed to be for Bruce Lee and James Coburn, but at the time, no one knew who Bruce Lee was, and Hollywood didn't produce it. Then when Bruce Lee finally rose to stardom, or was rising to stardom, he was no longer interested. So then, some years later, I guess David Carradine and some others saw the script and decided they wanted to make it. So he made it, but the problem is... he's supposed to be he plays an older master, And it's got a lot of people in it, too. Christopher Lee's in it. And Christopher Lee in a Kung Fu movie, he doesn't fight or anything, but whatever. It's not much of a Kung Fu movie. It's more of a drama with some Kung Fu elements and weird fantasy enlightenment stuff. It's an odd movie. And the title's wrong, too, which I'll come to. I'm spending too much time on that. But, so Bruce Lee didn't want to make it. David Carradine wanted to make it, but David Carradine wanted a friend of his cast as the young apprentice learner. This actor, Jeff Cord, I think is his name. Well, the problem is Jeff Cord wasn't that young, and Jeff Cord didn't look like he was that young. So it was bad casting. If anything, he arguably looked old. Now, nothing against him, because he was in some other movies I know, but or no, it wasn't Jeff Cord, was it? Okay, it's not Jeff Cord. I don't remember the name of the character. Okay, I don't remember the name of the actor. Jeff Cord was another, and he did some spaghetti westerns. I don't think it's Jeff Cord. Okay, I'm getting myself all confused. I'm sorry. The guy. We'll just call him the guy. The guy, he didn't look younger than David Carradine, so that didn't work. But it's still a fun movie. But then we get to my little issues with the Blu-ray. Number one, the Blu-ray doesn't have the original sound mix. Number two, the Blu-ray, you can argue, doesn't look any better than the first DVD. The first DVD, which had the mono mix, which I've got somewhere. I don't know if I keep that out, though. I'd have to check. Was taken from the original negative. And the original negative had a different title. It was the original script title. It was The Silent Flute. That was the name of the movie, but then the distributors wanted it changed to something sounding more action-y, so they changed it to Circle of Iron. Now, with the original DVD, they said they couldn't find the original title sequence, so they had like a special feature taken from a VHS. Well, by the time they got to Blu-ray, they found film sources with the Circle of Iron title. The problem is those film sources were duplicates. And instead of using that original negative as their source and splicing in the Circle of Iron title, if that's what they wanted, they just used that master. And that master has a little generation loss, so it looks a little bit softer than the negative would have. And as a result, the video quality looks almost on par with that first DVD that was based on the negative. No one cares about that but me. But I feel sometimes like I'm the only one who's ever noticed it, because I've never seen it mentioned anywhere. Nowhere. No blogs. Nowhere. Maybe it's out there somewhere. I don't know. Okay, City Hunter. I've never seen the whole series, but this is just... a lot of the City Hunter stuff is out of print now from Discotech. This is a set of the movies and TV specials. I don't know if any or all of them are dubbed. I don't remember. And this is a reboot movie from 2019, Shinjuku Private Eyes. I've never seen the series itself, but it's nice little sets, just the movies and the specials. Clash of the Titans. This is not the version with Liam Neeson. This is the original Ray Harryhausen one from 1981. It was his last big movie. It was his grand opus, and this is the Digibook edition. I love Digibooks, but I hate that artwork. It would have been nice if they'd used the original theatrical poster artwork, but God forbid we use original posters. Clear and Present Danger is Clear and Present Danger. I want to say that's one of those Paramount releases that's over-cleaned and it looks waxy. Thanks, Paramount. Cleopatra. I'm going to just briefly say on Cleopatra, that's one of those interesting movies. It's a very long, classic 60s epic. It cost Fox a lot of money, and Fox lost a lot of money on it. It lost a lot of money on it. But the problem with Cleopatra was, even though it's long, it is well over 3 hours, maybe close to 4. It was originally supposed to be 6, and it was supposed to be 2 movies. It was supposed to be Caesar and Cleopatra and Anthony and Cleopatra, and the studio didn't like it, and the studio basically eventually kicked the director out and hacked it to pieces to the version we've got. Now, the version we've got's fine, but what's sad is the director, who was Wolf Mankiewicz, Apparently, even according to the now late Tom Mankiewicz, and I remember this from one of the featurettes. I don't know why I remember. Certain things like this stick in my head, and I don't know why. I don't remember important stuff. I probably would forget medication or anything else if I took medication other than over the counter. Woo, self-medication! He went, I want to say, even to Tom Mankiewicz, his son even said up until, like, while he was in the hospital at dying breath, was basically asking his son, hey, save Cleopatra, fix it, find the footage, fix it for me. And it's never been found. Now, Tom Mankiewicz insisted that he believes the footage was never destroyed. He insisted that he believes it's in the hands of a private collector, and a lot of private collectors, they don't like to share. It's sad to have that mentality, but there are a lot of people out there who they will, it happens with video games too, where a rare prototype is found, someone buys it, and they just keep it, they hoard it to themselves, and they get their joy from having that one thing that no one else is ever going to get to play or see. Now, I understand, I mean, if you paid big money for something, I understand that it's yours. So I understand how if you were going to release it and make something public, you'd also want to make something off of it. So that makes sense to me. But the idea of just keeping it so that you'll be the only one who has it, you know, I'm not big on, I'm big on property rights, but I just think that's lame. I'm big on property rights, but I just think that is really, really lame. And if that footage is out there, I wish it would surface, because even though I don't know if anyone modern day would really care that much, I'm sure there's some people who would. Darn, I'd love to see it, because Cleopatra is a good movie. It's long as heck, and the thought that could be longer, yeah. But okay, Cobra. Nothing to say about that, except that's the original Warner edition. There is a reissue from Shout Factory, which is a better transfer, but not good enough to notice. No, I'm gonna keep blocking your ads, because you run these little videos at the bottom, and it annoys me. Code Breaker anime, not very good. I'm not a big fan of it, but it was a cheap chipboard. I want to say I picked that up, limited edition chipboard box for $5, and truth is, I don't know why I don't pull it. I keep telling myself I might go back to it. Code Realize is another one I got cheap, and I don't. Code Realize, I'm just going to say, that's one of those things that was neat in concept, because it was supposedly a bunch of different thieves from different, and characters from classic literature, including the original Arsène Lupin, teaming up to save some woman with acid for blood. I think she had acid for blood. I don't remember. I really don't remember, but it's one of those things that just didn't live up to the description for me. Colossus, the Forbin project. Gosh, we're only in the seas. What the hell? I can't believe this. Yeah, this will have to be multiple streams. I didn't mean. Seriously, chat. I thought I was gonna be done with this within 2 hours. I thought I was just gonna chit chat for a couple hours, and I just can't shut myself up. I thought I was just going to pick out a couple of these, and it's like every single one I go to, oh, there's something important to say. Colossus, so whatever. Colossus Forbin project, only thing to say about that is it's a precursor to your Skynet thing. It's about a giant, it's about a supercomputer by nope, we're 200 minutes, 3 hours, 20 minutes. Well, that's plenty of content. President Donald John Trump, 613 subs, killing it, dude. Thank you very much, President Trump. Yeah, I'm gonna level with you. I am humbled, and I don't know how it's happening. I am humbled, and I don't know how it's happening, and I don't know how it's happening so fast. And I appreciate it. It's so amazing. Do you want to finish when you get to D or E? I might finish when I get to E. I'm probably going to go ahead and go through the D's. I don't want to say it that way. Oh boy. Why am I waiting for a D's joke on that? But in any case, I'm gonna stop after the D. My apologies to everyone for that. Colossus Forbin project. It's a lot of dialogue. It isn't action. It's almost all dialogue, but it is interesting. It's a precursor to the whole Skynet thing. It is interesting with all our AI stuff. It is about a supercomputer being given control of the government and taking even more control and basically taking over the world. And not only taking over the world, but being obsessed with its creator, where he basically is being denied any and all private life. And it's one of those things where I don't say much for a remake often, but it's one of those things where I think, especially with technology now, you could remake that, and if you didn't do stupid things, it could be really good. John Wayne, The Comancheros, that's one of my favorite John Wayne movies, and this is the Digibook edition, and Digibooks are awesome. Yeah, thank you, Omegs, for the D's. Come Drink With Me, Arrow release. That is one of the only Arrow, and I don't know what happened. Arrow, most of Arrow's Shaw Brothers movies, they put in box sets. For some reason, the 8-diagram pole fighter, which I was at earlier, and Come Drink With Me, they released individually, and I don't know why. And Come Drink With Me, the only thing I'll say about it is it's kind of odd with the sound mixes, because it's got an English dub, but it is a new English dub. It was one that was created for the DVD. You could tell the music is different. They used like library tracks that sounded similar to the original library tracks. But one thing that's interesting, and I think is unfortunate, is because the original sound mix is mono, they took that newly created dub and downgraded it to mono. That newly created dub was originally 5.1 sound. It was 5.1 for the DVD, and that's how it was created. But for the Blu-ray, they wanted to make it, I guess, match the age. But to me, it was created 5.1. You might as well leave it. Or at least to have it both ways, because I don't get the point there, because it's not like you've changed it from mono and converted it to stereo. It was already there. Okay, Coming At Ya on Blu-ray 3D. Never has a title been more accurate. I mentioned The Bubble earlier being one of the most aggressive 3D movies I've ever seen. Coming At Ya is the one that challenges it. Coming At Ya is a spaghetti western. It's got Bud Spencer, but no Terrence Hill. It is... Okay, that title, I said that title's accurate because this whole movie is, what can we throw at the camera? It is gimmick after gimmick. Even the opening credits, they just push things into the camera, and it is super aggressive, and it will make you dizzy at times. Now, some of it is amazing, like flaming arrows being shot. Some of it just looks cool, even when you could tell, oh, there's a wire on that. It doesn't care. The 3D is just freaking fun. But some of it's just stupid. Like, they've got a handful of coffee beans and they're dropping it into a bowl, so let's put a camera at the bottom of the bowl and drop coffee beans onto your face. And then there's the baby's ass. I'm going to just say it, and it's the part that's like, I don't want to look at that. I know you're wondering, why is he talking about this now? Is he going to get banned? Okay, so there's a scene in this where a baby is being given a bath, and they decided, ooh, for 3D, hey, let's put, just hear me out. Oh, God, hear me out. Nothing good ever starts with the words, hear me out. So they took a clear glass bathing tub or something, and they put their 3D camera on the bottom of it, facing up, and filled it, all right, did he? And filled it with water. And they took this, like, 6-month-old baby and start dipping it in the water right into the lens of the camera. So they're basically just pounding, just smacking you in the face with baby ass. Why? At what point did the director say, this is a good idea? Now, yeah, well, you say, all right, Diddy, there are some people like Diddy who are like, oh, this is the best part of the movie. You gotta watch this. That is, yeah. Now, I will give them the benefit of the doubt on that. I don't think they meant it to be freaky. I really think it was just a good-natured stupidity. I think they were so obsessed with that movie, with making every single bit of it 3D, that they had this baby and thought, well, how the hell do we make the baby 3D? Oh, I know. But that being said, looking past that, if you want a showcase piece, if you were having people over to an apartment or a house, and you had a 3D TV or a projector or whatever, and you wanted to just show off, hey, you guys see this. This is so cool. This is the movie to do it with. It's so gimmicky that it's the one to do it. It doesn't matter if the plot sucks. Because it is. It's one of the, I mean, I'm not going to say it sucks, but it's just, it's bland. It's typical. It's very low rent, late, because I know it was late 70s, wasn't it? 81. Okay, so it's very late 3D. But if you want something just to show all your friends, to like make them go ooh and ah at 3D, that's the one to do it. Just don't show them the baby. So there we go. Rankin Bass Christmas Collection. This is the complete one where Universal and Warner Brothers teamed up. It's got 18 specials. The only bad thing about this is The Year Without a Santa. Well, it's got a couple bad things. First of all, for some reason, there are three things. No, there are four things. There are four things wrong with it. And there are four things that I'm holding up four. Actually, I was holding up 3 fingers, even though I said 4. There are 4 things wrong with it that I'm just going to mention. Now, it's a great set. I'm glad I have it. I recommend it to everyone. If you want this, I mean, this is the Christmas set to own. If you're into Christmas and you want your Christmas stuff, that's it. This is it. This is the one. But it does have problems. Number one, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer has had problems for years. There are some things with alternate versions. There's some things with the sound mix, missing frames here and there. I don't know what all's wrong with Rudolph, but to me, it's acceptable. Frosty the Snowman has sound mix issues that get pointed out all the time. It's like every time with these Rankin Bass that something gets fixed, something else goes wrong. It's sort of like with Sergio Leone movies. So they fixed a lot of stuff with it over here. They used, I think, part of a pre-syndication or a temporary sound mix, so it's got like the wrong voices for some of the characters, or you've got the actors change or something. Because I think there's supposed to be like there's two principal mixes, and they're almost like mixed together, I think. Little Drummer Boy, it desperately needs a remaster from the original source material. Yeah, the audio for the Little Drummer Boy, apparently the audio, I think on film is shot, and the best source for it is the Laserdisc. And Laserdisc is all. Let me say this right now: Laserdisc is a great source for audio. Laserdisc is uncompressed. Laserdisc 9 times, well, let's say 8 times out of 10. Is representative of the original theatrical audio. If a studio needs theatrical audio mix for something and they don't want to deal with film, or the film is damaged, Laserdisc is the solution. And unfortunately, some studios don't seem to realize that. And I'm looking at Shout Factory with a movie we're not going to be getting to this stream called The Sword and the Sorcerer, because, yeah, whatever. All right. Yeah, but that's, again, I haven't heard the Laserdisc on that. I'm theorizing, but I know it's one of those things where actually I know I'm right. I don't want this to be an actually stream, and it's starting to get that way. Okay, the other thing, so Little Drummer Boy, the audio is not correct, and it's also, I think it's from a previous home video remix. They should have gone to the Laserdisc. But the biggest unforced error is The Year Without a Santa Claus. I guess the last home video release from Warner Brothers had the proper mono mix. For some reason, this does not have the original mono mix. It's got the 5.1 mix, and it's got a down mix of that 5.1 mix into mono. And those are not the same thing. They can have different sound effects. They can have different balancing. It's not there are changes that happen when you take something mono and make it stereo, and then if you take that stereo and make it mono, it's not the same thing. So yeah, there are little problems with that set, but in all seriousness, if Christmas is your deal, and today is technically still Christmas, at least on my coast, yeah, worth it. Conan Chronicles, this is the Arrow release. This is the Blu-ray. Okay, so Conan Chronicles was, this is Conan the Barbarian. It's 3 different versions of Conan the Barbarian. It's the theatrical cut, the international cut, and the, I guess you'd call it the director's cut, the home video cut, which has like 1 additional scene in it. And it's Conan the Destroyer, the theatrical cut. I've heard that there's an alternate cut of it, but apparently no. A lot of special features, gorgeous transfers. This is one of those cases where I opted for Blu-ray instead of 4K. There is a 4K version. It does not include the Blu-ray discs. Arrow it makes you pick one or the other. And like I've said before, unless the 4K disc has something that I need, like an alternate version, I'm going to opt for the Blu-ray because it's more compatible generally with players, including 4K players, and because if you're talking 35mm film, the gains aren't there unless you're doing some inaccuracy, or unless they're from different sources, like maybe the Blu-rays from an old transfer, which happens. Like the Blade Runner I mentioned, the current 4K of Blu-ray includes the current 4K of Blade Runner, it includes the Blu-ray, but the Blu-ray it includes is the older one, which is now 20 years old. Hard to believe, but think about that. Think about that. Blu-ray has been around for over 20 years, and people are still treating it like it's the new format. You still have people out there who say, oh, I don't know if I want to upgrade from DVD. I don't know if I want to get to do that Blu-ray. I don't need that new one. It's not new. It's 20 years old. Coraline, nothing much to say about that except it's the Blu-ray 3D version, and the Blu-ray 3D looks awesome. John Wayne triple feature. It's one of those I wish I had them individually because it mixes. When I put things on my shelf, DVD and Blu-ray are both outdated AF, if you ask me. Yeah, well, in technically speaking, you're right. Because the UHD format is superior, but it also has issues with I like the discs have some issues because the extra layering I know makes them a bit more unstable, and that worries me long term. And I know there's more problems with them if they get scratched versus a DVD, whereas if it gets scratched 9 times out of 10 it's going to play still like a champ. But no, they are both outdated. In terms of years, they're both outdated. In terms of technology, Blu-ray is outdated too because it's still limited by certain codecs. That being said, I think we could have, without going 4K, I think we could have stuck with Blu-ray. I think we could have just, like for instance, there are, and 1776 is one of them. I didn't mention it. There are certain Blu-rays Sony put out. And this is when 4K was first happening. They put out certain Blu-rays that had, with 4K transfers, that had expanded color. There are ways they could have put if they wanted to just expand the color without worrying about the resolution, you could have done an expanded color Blu-ray format with expanded color players, had it where the discs could play the color in either mode, where it would be backwards compatible. And yeah, I mean, something like that, it would have been a lot cheaper, and I feel and it would have been more stable, in my opinion. But whatever. What do I know? But yes, outdated. The John Wayne set, yeah, the only thing I'll say about that is Searchers needs a new transfer, and it's getting one. Those, I don't like having that in a triple feature just because I hate mixing 2 westerns with a war movie, the Green Berets, because I like separating things by genre. Crouched Tiger, Hidden Dragon, that's another Sony one with the expanded color I mentioned. They put out some that had expanded. What they had is they had some discs that were designed with their 4K players and with some of their Blu-ray players to take advantage of an expanded color on 4K TVs. And to me, you could have taken that to the next level without going the full 4K UHD format. Because maybe I'm nuts, but I think the bigger draw of 4K hasn't been the resolution. The bigger draw for people has been the expanded color, because that's what's been the ooh and ah. Even though I'm not necessarily a fan of HDR, the Dolby Vision, that's what people usually talk about. Okay, moving on before I distract myself. Crouching Tiger, yeah, okay. That's the last version before the 4K. Curse of Frankenstein. It's a Warner Archive release. It's a 2-disc edition. This is a Hammer film. This was their first Frankenstein movie, which starred Christopher Lee as the monster and Peter Cushing as Dr. Frankenstein, and it is awesome. Excuse me, I need to cough. And let me go ahead and say hydration break. If you need a drink, take a drink. And I just spilled water down my shirt because I don't know how mouths work. Drinking is hard. Curse of the Pink Panther. That was one of the Pink Panther movies that was made after Peter Sellers died, and they wanted to keep the franchise going. It was a flop. I want to say the actor in it, who I can't think of his name. I want to say he was mostly a Broadway actor, and they cast him to be some second greatest detective trying to track down Clouseau, because they kept trying to push this thing that Clouseau was just missing. In fact, that's one of the... It's almost like the Bruce Lee Game of Death thing. Peter Sellers died, and they decided to take his deleted scenes and make another Pink Panther movie with him, and with an impersonator to fill in some of the dialogue spots. And I think it's called Trail of the Pink Panther, and it is not good. But they kept going. A lot of Pink Panther movies. There are, not counting the Steve Martin ones, which I don't, and not counting one called Inspector Clouseau, which is almost a spin-off attempt. There are, I want to say there were 8 Pink Panther movies. That's pretty incredible for that period. You didn't have big franchises, so much with stuff that started. Well, maybe you did. Yeah, not really, not until the 80s. So, well, but those were a lot of them in the 80s. So never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, Cutthroat Island is Cutthroat Island. That's the movie that drove Carolco Pictures out of business. It's a wonderful movie, but they kept spending on it. The director was like demanding. There are a lot of things with it. First of all, it stars Gina Davis and Matthew Modine. It was supposed to star Gina Davis and oh my gosh, I can't and Michael Douglas. But the director was then Rennie Harlan was married to Gina Davis, and they kept reworking the script to cut his character back and back and back and make it nothing but a Gina Davis movie. So eventually it was no longer a Michael Douglas in Cutthroat Island. It was Matthew Modine along with Gina Davis. That's the one thing. And the second thing is the directors kept demanding all these things. I guess wanted like all these real built to scale pirate ships. And they just kept spending more money. They spent more money than the movie could ever make. And I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think the producers saw it coming. I think they knew that they were doomed, so they just said, go ahead and keep running up the credit card, because that's what happened. Carolco Pictures, this is the company that put out Terminator 2 Judgment Day, one of the biggest hits of all time. I mean, in terms of the movies, it's a big one. Terminator 2 is a big one that keeps making money all these years later. And they were put out of business by Cutthroat Island. But it's a good movie. Okay, the D's, we're going to finish. The D's. Oh, I could stop on the D's right now. No, how many more D's? We're going to get a lot behind Cutthroat Island, and I like that movie. Yes, I really enjoy Cutthroat Island. That is a fun movie. It is a fun movie, and it made me sad that it drove them out of business. Oh, in fact, one other thing about Cutthroat Island. It is one of the few, there were a number of Laserdiscs released in Japan, and when I say a number, I mean like a handful. There were a number of Laserdiscs that were 16:9 enhanced. They were enhanced for widescreen TVs because, you know, during Laserdisc time, most TVs were, well, all TVs were pretty much still 4:3. But there were a handful of them. Do you want to go to the Ds as well? Let me see how many Ds there are. Jeez, this is going worse. 69 enhanced. Yeah. They were 16:9 enhanced. They were enhanced for widescreen TVs, and there were a few players that supported them. Cutthroat Island was one of the only Laserdiscs that was formatted that way in Japan. It's a hard disc to get. Let me see. Oh, Hannah. There is a, well, no, that's fine. Here, let me see. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish this page. I'm going to finish the Ds on this page, and we will stop, and I'll remember the next page is page 6, because it stops with Delta Force 2, so there aren't any sequels after that. So that'll be okay. Okay, Defrag. I'm going to mention this anime real quick. Defrag. This is the limited edition, again, with chipboard box. But Defrag, I actually repurchased for that in that box because I had it in a cover that had like some anime. It had some sort of like, I don't know. It was some cheap edition that had like budget edition marking on it. I forgot what it said. Something that Crunchyroll and Funimation used to do. And I wound up getting they had the, I saw the limited edition for, I want to say like $10, so I went ahead and repurchased it just for better packaging. Defrag, the American Blu-ray, does not include the OVA episode, so it's only 12 episodes. That said, if any of you have never seen Defrag, and I'm guessing a lot of you haven't because I don't ever hear much about it, it is worth your time. It is a very fun movie, very fun series. It pokes fun at so many different tropes with high school and with video games, especially with video games, all sorts of video game tropes. It really lambasts ghouls and ghosts and goblins for just basically all being the same game. It's very well written. It's very funny. And the thing about it too, and this is one of those rare cases, the localized English dub, in my opinion, is so much funnier than the Japanese original. This is one of those cases where Funimation got it right. It is the changes to the jokes are wittier. It also takes a moment, since this is poking fun at tropes. It pokes fun at dubs versus subs in a very good way. I don't know what all to say. There's a very memorable scene where a buxom girl trying to zip up her tracksuit can't hold her, and the zipper breaks off and pelts someone in the face, knocking them cold. It's, I don't know how else to describe that. That's not a selling point per se, but it's, Defrag is a hidden gem of hidden gems, if I've ever seen one. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that. And I wish, well, one other thing. I really wish the OVA episode was on there. Okay. I love Defrag. I mean, I really love Defrag. Okay. Dagashikashi, very fun show. Dagashikashi Season 2 kind of stinks because they cut it down from, they cut the episode time down from 22 minutes apiece to 12 minutes apiece, so it's basically half a season, and it ends on a setup for a third season we never got, and it pisses me off because this was one of those shows when I first started buying anime on Blu-ray. I started really on Blu-ray, other than a few movies like Spirited Away and Akira. I started with series-wise with Tenchi Muyo. And this is one of those first ones after that I picked up, and darn, I wish it would continue. Damnation Alley, I shouldn't spend too much time talking about it, but I have to. I know, because everything is like, I have to. I just can't help it. Damnation Alley was supposed to be Fox's big science fiction hit of 1977, not Star Wars. At the same around the same time, Fox had 3 sci-fi things that were all coming out about the same time. The first was an animated film from Ralph Bakshi called Wizards, which was originally called War Wizards until George Lucas asked him if he would drop war so there wouldn't be confusion. I think that's how it worked. Or it was Fox who asked him. It might have been a Fox or it might have been Lucas. I don't know. It's back when we're all friends here. But Star Wars was the low budget thing. Damnation Alley was the big budget one that was supposed to be a hit. It was a post-apocalyptic movie with this incredible vehicle, which at one point was considered iconic, called the Landmaster. The problem is it was a troubled production from start to finish. There are a lot of the effects, I mean, compared to Star Wars, the stuff looks just phony. There are parts of the movie where it's like they shot certain things and then they were changing them on the fly. So there are things like right at the beginning with these scorpions in the desert that's never addressed again. And it's like written off as, oh, he was just carrying a mannequin. I'm not spoiling anything by saying that. It's also terrifying because, now this I will spoil. It's terrifying because there is a scene in it and it scared the hell out of me as a kid when I first saw it. There's a scene with man-eating cockroaches, and actor Paul Winfield unable to, well, yeah, there's a scene with man-eating cockroaches, and I didn't need that in my life. Anything else to mention? 2 things about it that are sad. It was the first and only movie shot in a format called Sound 360. There was a sound format, a precursor to the surround sounds we have now, called Sound 360. Anything with roaches never sounds good. Oh, this one will mess you up. It'll mess you up even today. That's the one effect they got right. There are things in this movie that don't work. That's the one that was effective. And the other thing that would be effective, but we'll never get to hear it, was sound, or we won't, some people got to, Sound 360. It had a precursor to the surround sound we have now, but it was a surround sound that was super heavy with all of the surround channels. So it wasn't like the front channels are heavy. I mean, it was really designed to fully envelop you with voices coming just from behind you or just from in front of you, things like that. It was a sound format that was going to be used with other movies. It's on the, I remember seeing this, it is on the not the trailer, it's, well, maybe the trailer, it's on the poster for The Exorcist 2. Or no, not The Exorcist 2. It is on the poster for The Omen 2, because The Omen 2 was being advertised as featuring Sound 360. Well, Sound 360 was abandoned. It was only used with Damnation Alley. There were only like 5 theaters, I think, that even had it, and then it was done away with. And now comes the sad part. The original masters, all the original prints, all the original sound masters for Damnation Alley and Sound 360 are lost. They're gone. In fact, unless I am mistaken, I believe even the original negatives are gone, because this Blu-ray, this one right here, and every Blu-ray since, because there's a German Blu-ray too, which I think has better compression, are based on not the negative, but they're based on on source prints. A source print, because there are cigarette burns on it, which are those little, if you don't know what cigarette burns are, they're circles, those weird circles you used to see that pop up in the corners, which would tell the projectionist when to change the film reel. That's what those are if you ever saw those in movies. But most Blu-rays, you don't see something like that because they're using a negative. Well, Damnation Alley doesn't have any negative, not anymore. And I know there was a big there was a historic film fire at like Fox at some point, and I know there was a Universal one too. Maybe they were both the same one. I think it was probably lost then. which is, yeah, sad. So Damnation Alley was supposed to be the big hit, not Star Wars. It was not the big hit. It wound up coming out after Star Wars because they knew it. In fact, Wizards was taken out of theaters to make room for Star Wars, and it probably would have been more of a hit if that wouldn't have happened. I mean, Star Wars would have been fine. But yeah, so Damnation Alley, unless someone has that, this is the best we're going to get. Dan Curtis Dracula, same guy who did Burn Offerings, used to do a bunch of, he was known for doing the TV show Dark Shadows. He used to do a lot of made-for-TV horror stuff. He did a Dracula movie with Jack Palance, which is very similar to the Francis Ford Coppola one. Only thing to say about it is he shot scenes, both R-rated versions with blood and stuff, and versions without that for television distribution. So, I mean, he was smart. Yeah, with his low-budget stuff, he was smart because he knew that, you know, I'm going to be able to, maybe I can make money on both ends without having to edit the movie up. I could just shoot two versions. Danger Diabolic, based on the Italian comic book character. Not the greatest Blu-ray. There is a new 4K version and 4K remaster coming out. Danger Diabolic, I don't know what to say about it. It is a very interesting, extremely colorful, very 1960s crime movie. And I said colorful, and I'm going to re-emphasize, very colorful. And it's I don't know, I feel like it's got a big audience, but it feels like it's a guilty pleasure for me. Okay, moving right along. Daredevil, Ben Affleck. This is the Ben Affleck movie, Daredevil. This is the director's cut. Sadly, the theatrical cut, even though the director's cut is better, the theatrical cut is only on DVD to this day. Dark City really is a really good, really creepy... if you've never seen Dark City, it's really worth your time. It's really a good sci-fi thriller. I mean, it says right there, thriller, sci-fi, mystery. It's a good sci-fi thriller mystery. And the the Blu-ray does have both versions, theatrical cut and the director's cut. It is also an early Blu-ray, so it is over-cleaned. There is no grain in it, or not much grain, and so it looks waxy. Dark Crystal, this is the reissue. They put it out on 4K at the same time. I chose the Blu-ray over the 4K because the Blu-ray was a digibook, and at the time I didn't have a 4K player, and I wanted the digibook. This version of the Dark Crystal, I do want to say it's the best it's ever looked, but A, it doesn't have the original sound mix still, and B, there is a frame error. It's something most people won't see, but there is like a single flash frame in the movie where when they were reassembling the negative digitally, they left a frame in the wrong place. And that, I guess that's been fixed with the streaming versions, but the disc kind of is what it is. Dark Knight, only thing I'm going to say about this is I'm not a big fan of the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. I don't hate them, but, you know, in hindsight, I don't know if I'd ever rewatch them. A lot of people love them. Good. They're just not my thing to revisit. The only thing I'll say about this Dark Knight is this was a Walmart exclusive cover. The regular cover had this image on, or an image like this on the slipcover, and then the inside was like a picture of the Joker, but it was all like scratched up and had words and scratched out. And so if you didn't have the original slipcover, you kind of were stuck with something that just was odd. This was a this was a Walmart copy, which I guess never went anywhere else. I thought they were just reissuing it with a different cover. Darkman, there is a better edition out. 4K, the 4K version has a better Blu-ray as well. This is the original. This isn't the original Universal edition, but this is the Shout version. Shout version uses the Universal print, and it is over-cleaned. So it's very flat. Darn. But the 4K version's better. Nothing about Day of Anger. It's a spaghetti western fun. Dead Heat, this 4K Blu-ray combo. It's the buddy cop zombie movie, with Treat Williams, Joe Piscopo, and Vincent Price making a brief appearance. Not much of a superhero person in general, was more military kid. I see, I get that. I like Darkman. To me, Darkman's not really a superhero movie. It's more of just an anti-hero movie that feels superhero-ish. Buddy Cops is a personal favorite of mine somewhat. Dead Heat is interesting. Dead Heat, buddy cop movie with zombies. The bad thing about it, it's a zombie movie, but a comedy. The bad thing about it is the studio took a hatchet to it because there were certain scenes they thought were just too graphic, and I think it didn't do well with test audiences, so there are gaps. There's one scene in particular where someone is we'll just say dying for lack of a better explanation, and it cuts where you don't see what happened, but it cuts so obviously, painfully obvious cuts. And second of all, there is a Joe Piscopo's character at one point disappears and we never get an explanation. Yeah, there was also Red Heat from the same year. Schwarzenegger and Jim Belushi. Good movie. I've got that on DVD. I don't have that on Blu-ray. I haven't seen it though in years. Gosh. I need to watch that again. I do need to watch Red Heat again. What else was I going to say? Arnold said cocaine. Cocaine. I don't remember that. Okay, now I definitely need to see it again. Cocaine. Oh my gosh. Arnold. Anything else on Dead Heat? I mean, it's good looking disc. It would have been a better movie. There is a part where Joe Piscopo's character disappears, and so when he reappears, we never get a good explanation because it was cut. There was a television version of it, which restored a lot of that. Sadly, I guess the television version is lost, so we can't restore it to a director's cut. Unfortunate. I think this is a Vinegar Syndrome release too. I've only got a couple of their discs, unless it's Severin. Okay, Death Becomes Her. Oh gosh, Death Becomes Her. Death Becomes Her is a movie I love that makes me sad. It makes me sad because of everything that's missing. This is another one that the hatchet happened. So it didn't test well, is the way I understand it. Death Becomes Her is a very funny movie. It is a very funny movie. Meryl Streep, Bruce Willis, Goldie Hawn, forget who else is in it. It's a lot of fun. About trying to cheat death. The Blu-ray, first of all, doesn't look that great. It's an older Universal transfer, sort of like that Darkman, but different issues. So it kind of is what it is. There's a 4K version coming out with a 4K remaster on Blu-ray, but it still doesn't solve the biggest problem, and that is the director's cut. So the original version of the movie had a lot more scenes, some of which are in the trailers, had a bunch of a whole side plot involving actress Tracy Ullman, I think is who it was, who was a comedian, British, I think, or Australian. I don't know, and don't blame me, Australians, if she's not, or Brits if she's not. And it had a very different ending. Universal took a hatchet to it and they cut all of Tracy Ullman's stuff. My understanding is, I think, and I could be wrong, I think the footage is in existence, but is under lock and key because it's one of those cases where either Tracy Ullman, won't give them permission, or where she wants to be paid. If they're going to put her in the movie and release the full version, she wants to be paid for it. Well, that makes sense, obviously. And if she's asking a whole bunch, that's unfortunate. But basically, that's where we are. It probably, likely, all comes down to money. Doesn't everything. So yeah, Death Becomes Her is a fun movie, but it's a movie where something is off. And once you know, especially with the ending, something is off, because you could tell the ending, part of it feels patched together. But yeah. Good movie, could have been great. Okay. Death on the Nile, Agatha Christie. This is the version with Peter Ustinov. So much better than the Disney one. So much better than the Disney one. Death Proof. This is one of the two movies that was in Grindhouse, which was the double feature from Quentin Tarantino and Oh gosh, my brain is failing me. Okay, the double feature. There, it was Death Proof and Planet Terror. For home video, they released them individually in extended versions. Then years later, they released the original Grindhouse double feature. This is the extended version of Death Proof. I think Death Proof is a really underrated Quentin Tarantino movie. Quentin Tarantino is hit or miss for me. I hated his Django Unchained. And part of that's because I love the original Django. But Death Proof, I think, is underrated. Okay, Death Rides a Horse. Death Wish. If you've never seen the original Death Wish with Charles Bronson, it is brutal. It is a great crime movie, but it is brutal. It made a lot of money because it was a period when, I guess, New York in the 70s was overrun with crime. And so the idea of a vigilante was, I mean, everyone wanted to root for him. So yeah, Death Wish was a big deal. This is the 4K reissue, which does have a Blu-ray copy from Kino, a remastered Blu-ray, which was the reason I originally picked it up. I do have the original Blu-ray from Warner, which wasn't that... I mean, it looked fine, but... Okay, Death Wish 2. You're going to notice I have 2 copies here. And for some reason, this thing puts them in the wrong order. I'll just cover this real quick. This is the original MGM version. Yeah, New York in the 70s was brutal. Pretty much every big city's in the 70s, not just New York City. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Chicago. All of every big city. Absolutely. Yeah, and so that's why Death Wish resonated. It was one of those. It's one of those movies, too, unless I am mistaken. It's one of those movies that critics were not happy with. And yet the people loved it. And then so Hollywood wasn't happy with it generally too, because, you know, it didn't meet with some of their sensibilities at the time. But again, people loved it. Plus Charles Bronson, woo! But it's a brutal movie with some rape stuff, which I'll get to even more so. Or grape, excuse me. I used the wrong word. I meant to say rope. Don't flag me, YouTube. We were talking about ropes. Totally ropes. Tying hands or something. We're hanging something with a rope. Okay. Yeah. Brutal movie. Good movie. Nothing like the Bruce Willis movie. The Bruce Willis movie, we were talking about Grapes of Wrath. Grapes of Wrath and ropes. Yes. If you've seen the Bruce Willis movie, the original Death Wish is absolutely nothing like it. The Bruce Willis movie it's funny and whatnot. The original is not funny. It is. I don't think if there's a joke in it, I missed it. Oh, the joke might be just the end. The airport. There's an airport scene, which actually my alert, whenever someone subscribes and it picks it up, that shot of Charles Bronson doing the pointing with the finger, spoiler alert, that is the end of Death Wish. Yeah. Anything else to say about it? Not much, except it was a big hit, and there wasn't ever meant to be a sequel, which is why Canon Films came along, Golan and Globus, and they decided, because Canon Films was amazing, because what they would do is Canon Films just liked to make movies that they loved. Canon Films, even though I'm going to say right now, maybe I'm wrong in this assertion, but I would say 80% of their stuff is crap. But what they did is they were basically, Golan and Globus were 2 guys, especially I think Golan, they just loved movies and they wanted to make them. So they'd go see one movie in the theaters and they'd say, I want to make something just like that. So they'd come in and they'd make that was basically it. They were one day probably thinking about Death Wish and, hey, why don't we do another Death Wish? And so they licensed Death Wish and got some guy to write a Death Wish 2, and he didn't want to write it. And they got Michael Winner to come back, and the director. And this is when we all learned that Michael Winner was a complete and total perv. More so. And Michael Winner, well, Death Wish 3 is where we learned, because the Marina Sirtis thing. I'll come back to that. It was the perv thing. Okay, so Death Wish 2, Michael Winner, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but everything I've seen indicates that Michael Winner was just mad at Hollywood. He was mad at them because they put down Death Wish, which he directed, because they always put it down for his brutality, for its brutality, and for the grapes and for other such things. So his response with Death Wish 2 was, oh, you thought that the first one was bad? I'm going to show you something over here. So Death Wish 2, this is why I've got 2 Blu-rays. This one right here is the US theatrical cut, the R-rated theatrical cut. This right here is, and that's the MGM version, because there was a Shout version that has the unrated version, but has some bitrate issues. This right here is, I believe, the Vinegar Syndrome or Severin edition. I don't know which, but this is the 4K edition that also includes the Blu-ray, which is the uncut version and the television version. And the television version, I'm going to say right now, is my favorite. I'll come back to that. But so the uncut version, the reason the uncut version is uncut is because it has long and brutal and awful and stomach churning scenes of grapes. Michael Winner basically decided, I'm going to just go full perv with this. So it's got, I mean, much more brutal deaths, much more brutality with that, but the abuse of women in it is over the top, uncomfortable. I mean, really, seriously uncomfortable. And to a point where I can't stand the unrated version. So why do I have it? Well, I've got it because of the TV cut. The R-rated version cuts it down. Cuts down I want to say there's like 3 minutes different, and that 3 minutes is all involving the little fruit that's put in wine. It's all involving grapes. I think it's 3 minutes. It's either 3 minutes or a minute and a half. I don't remember how much. But it's all that. And even the theatrical cut is brutal and uncomfortable. In fact, it might even be more brutal because it doesn't show it, because you just hear it's overlaid with a bunch of screaming and other shots. So there's the television version. Television version on here is in widescreen. They got their hands on an original print that would have been then matted to, they got their hands on the original print, a film master for it, which has some scratches, but it's in great shape. The television version pads things out by adding in, I am an uncle who's big on 80s movies, probably also know about this, and would know somewhat about the grape. Yeah, like how you did. Yeah, and Death Wish 2 is the main one I know about, just because of the history and how it got an X rating in the US, and they had to carve it up to get that R rating. The TV version adds in a little bit of footage that I can't spot to pad things out. And the interesting thing about it, for something at that time, it essentially keeps the abuse scenes intact without showing them, and without having a whole bunch of, I mean, there's one it kind of does, but without showing, and this is 80s TV too, so they were more strict with cut and stuff like that. It manages to still let you know what's happening without forcing you to watch it. And most of the deaths are also pretty much intact. Maybe it's a little less blood, but it's not massive. I think the TV version of Death Wish 2 is my favorite version, because it's the one that it doesn't churn my stomach, but it also feels complete. It doesn't feel edited. The TV version feels like an R-rated movie of the 70s. It still feels like it. So yeah. Moving on, Death Wish 3 was Michael Winner again. The main thing, the only thing I can tell you about Death Wish 3, the whole plot is cartoonish. It was more, it's stupid, but it's fun, but it's more just like 80s action on parade because we can. But the horror story with it comes from, comes with Michael Winner and his treatment of actress, oh my gosh, my brain, Marina Sirtis, who went on to play in Star Trek The Next Generation as Counselor Troy. In fact, that's what she did after Death Wish 3. Death Wish 3 almost caused her, she was ready to leave the country, she was ready to go back home, she was ready to give it up, because Michael Winner didn't like her. And so he basically, there's a scene where her dead body's supposed to be splayed out. He forced her to lay naked on top of a car in the freezing cold for well over an hour and just took his time setting up the shot. She wasn't allowed to leave, and he wouldn't allow, and he would not, oh, it gets worse. One of the stagehands was going to cover her with a blanket, and he basically threatened to fire the guy if he did it. Or maybe he did fire the guy and then forced him to remove it. But he wouldn't let her, he basically forced her to lay there naked in freezing cold and in rain. It was a set, I think it was a set that was supposed to have like rain or something to it too. Yeah. Lovely man. Michael Winner, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Director sounds like a ruthless, yeah. Now, that being said, Michael Winner made my two favorite, made two of my favorite, not counting Assassination because it's Odd Duck. He made two of my favorite Charles Bronson movies. He made Death Wish, and he made The Mechanic, which, The Mechanic with Charles Bronson, the one with Jason Statham, ain't got nothing on the Charles Bronson one. The Charles Bronson one just feels so effing freaking amazing. The Mechanic with Charles, yeah, well, that's another Blu-ray for another day. But yeah, Michael Winner is still winning. No, he's not a winner. No, he's not a winner. The thing about Michael Winner, he was an awful, abusive person who made good, now, I'm saying this not meaning to get slandered. According to reports, he is allegedly an awful person who made good movies. And I think that's something you could probably say about a lot. I mean, I could say that about, as a producer, I could say that about Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein was a monster who made good movies. Roman Polanski. And the things he did to that underage person that he was convicted of, as far as I know, he was convicted of, and he had been looking to avoid sentencing. His ethics are questionable to you. Oh, they're beyond questionable. They're beyond questionable. I can still, the thing is, it's sort of like with actors you like. I can still look at a movie and say, I like this movie, but can't stand the person. So yeah, I like, and Michael Winner films are the same things. I can say he made some really good movies. He's an awful person, and I wish later in life, I don't know how he died or anything about his latter years, but all I can say is I wish he would have made comeuppance for all of that. Even if it was just personally, I wish he would have been the type to have, just even as hard as it would have been to approach these people, just to even in his memoirs, because here's the thing, apparently he wrote a book of memoirs, but he never even covers his canon film years, I guess. It doesn't talk about Death Wish 3, and I seem to remember Quentin Tarantino talking at one point saying, with someone where they were talking about Michael Winner and talking about his book being not what they wanted because I want to talk about Death Wish 3. And I'm just thinking, well, yeah, that's it. He didn't talk about any of his, either A, his crappy movies, or B, his crappy decisions. So I will say I wish people could be better. People suck. And he apparently was, really did. Yeah. And that's one of those things too. I mean, I feel sorry for someone like her, because it's something that would always haunt you as an actress or an actor. If you saw that movie still, I don't think the movie should ever be taken out of circulation. But at the same time, that's one of those things where you see that's still around, and you're probably, that's always going to haunt you. It's not as vile, but another is Gene Roddenberry and Terry Garr with Star Trek. There's a Star Trek episode. I'm going on a tangent, but I want to do this real quick. Star Trek episode, which I love. It's one of my favorite episodes, and I love it because of what it was supposed to be. There's a Star Trek episode called Assignment Earth, and it was a pilot for a spin-off series. It was actually a Star Trek spin-off pilot about a character named Gary Seven, and it featured actress Terry Garr as his assistant, Roberta Lincoln. And apparently she absolutely hated Star Trek, I think she just recently passed away too, would never do conventions or anything like that, wouldn't ever talk about it because he was just allegedly, Roddenberry was just a sex fiend trying to get in her pants the whole time and kept, every time, because he was directing the episode, kept ordering her skirt to be made shorter and shorter and shorter. And so she absolutely, if it had gone to series, she probably would not have been there. And yeah, it makes you look at the episode different too. I mean, I love the episode, but yeah. So yeah, there was a bit of random Star Trek trivia no one talks about that I just threw in. Sorry. So Death Wish 3, Death Wish 4 is not Michael Winner, it's J. Lee Thompson. J. Lee Thompson, once an accomplished director. I don't know what happened there. Death Wish 4 is toward the end of Canon Films' run. Canon Films changed. It was the point when they were basically going broke, and they were just looking for anything to put out. Death Wish 4 is poorly made. The script is stupid. The acting is wooden. Although the acting of Charles Bronson desperately trying to salvage it is nice. It's fun. It's a step down. It is a big step down. It is a massive step down. Death Wish 4, the Crackdown. And why is it called the Crackdown? Because it has to do with crack cocaine. So we'll call it the Crackdown. It's, yeah, and cheap. It's a cheap movie, and it's unfortunate. And moving right along in the same vein, we got Death Wish 5, The Face of Death. This is one of those, I think this falls into the category of, I'm Charles Bronson and I just want to keep working. And I feel for actors who had been A-listers who then can't even get a job. It seems. Maybe he could, but maybe he owed someone a favor. That was 21st Century Pictures. That was when the Cannon boys, Golan and Globus, split. And it was direct to video. It has an interesting sound mix because it is stereo, but the only part that's stereo is the music and some of the sound effects. Two different types of crack in the media world. Yes, and yes. Yes. Well, in this type, it's the yeah. Yep. Well, in this type, it was the caffeine laden. Yes. But Death Wish 5. So yeah, Death Wish 5 is unfortunately it's a direct to video. Is it worse than Death Wish 4? No. Is it cheaper than Death Wish 4? Yes. Does it have better acting than Death Wish 4? Yes. Are the deaths at the end of Death Wish 5 bizarrely out of a horror movie? Yes. There are some, it's not him simply shooting people. There's some things in it that are just, I mean, they go into the Saw territory that just, it feels out of place. Death Wish 5 it's one of those movies that it's just there. And the sound mix is weird. Like I said, the music and everything's stereo, and but all the speech is mono, so it just feels odd listening to it on headphones. Last two of these, Delta Force 2. Delta Force, this is the Code Red, I think, or Kino reissue of it. From a new, it's not a 4K, but it was from a new 2K scan. It's a fun Chuck Norris movie. It's a Canon film, and it is a film that Hollywood, this is another one, the Canon boys, like I said, they just tried, the Canon, Golan and Globus, they came from Israel, and they were two guys that they wanted to break into Hollywood, and they wanted to make the movies they loved. They wanted to make the types of movies that they'd grown up with the import-export from Hollywood. And so they did Delta Force, which is half politically charged, but half not, because it was basically a, what if, historically, unless I'm mistaken, it's basically what if the under the Carter years, and I only know about I don't know much history, but it's what if the Iran hostage situation under the Carter years had ended differently. Now, it's not a what if with that, but it's basically, it's a movie which it starts out sort of with that and then leads to another hostage situation. Okay, fine. It's very over the top. It's one of those movies Hollywood hated because it was a, you know, super patriot movie. But it's interesting, fun enough diversion. It's one of those ones that I feel like Chuck Norris was already becoming a name, and it helped put him on. It helped put Cannon on the map. It's one of those It's one of those few where Cannon got it right. And the thing is, it isn't a good movie. It's just one of those fun actioners from the time period. It's very reflective of the time period too. It's sort of like the second Rambo movie, which is another one that I know a lot of the critics and Hollywood hated because of the Vietnam stuff and do we get to win this time? But yeah, it was sort of the same deal with that. So if anything, they copied that. Delta Force 2, this one's out of print now. This is a and there was a Delta Force released by MGM. I've got that somewhere in a box, which used to be like a $5 release. It looks okay. This one does look better. But, Delta Force 2 is a completely different animal. They just, again, it's Canon Films, I'm pretty sure. It's, well, like it says, it's the Colombian connection. It's basically, well, now let's take the character from the Delta Force and have him go after drug lords instead. So, it's a later Canon film, but it's not impressive, but it's good. It's sort of, I don't know how to frame it. It's not like the later Death Wish where they really just were mailing it, phoning it in, trying to make just going for quick cash grabs. It seems like it was actually a movie they thought through. It's just cheesy action. Okay, so that is the end of that page. Let me just see. Yeah, we'll save the rest of D's for another stream. Because holy Hannah. Holy Hannah! What time is it? Oh my... Have I really been just blabbering like a moron for 4.5 freaking hours? Wow. Well, I think I know streams that make good. Oh, well, we've been here for 4 hours, 20 minutes. I'd like to apologize, and I would say it won't happen again, but it will. I mean, not a lot, but I'll have to carve out some days to just keep doing this. Just to finish going through it, because I don't want to leave it unfinished now, at least the Blu-rays. Okay, but we'll do the rest of the Ds next time, including some of the Doctor Who's and whatnot. Yeah. Wow. Let me take us back into the library before I distract myself again, so I can make a few... You do not owe an apology, my friend. I owe an apology to my... I don't know. You know, well, let me put it this way. If I wake up tomorrow morning and that sub number that y'all told me about has dropped down by, say, 100 or 200, I can look at it and say, oh, well, yeah, I get that. Here, let me take us back in. Yeah. Well, I'd like to say thank you for everyone who who showed up. Whatever, I can't think. And for everyone who showed up to my 4-hour plus blab fest, where I just talked about Blu-rays and rambled. The sub number would get a giant spike if you made one of these streams an actual ASMR. I'll do something like that. I'll try. I can't do triggers, but I'll try. On the contrary, your subs went up a bit. Now I know it's got to be bots. It's got to be the bots, man. Great stream. Thank you, Zaku. I appreciate it. I don't know why I can't. I don't know how I did that. Yeah, so to everyone who's watched, everyone who's been lurking, thanks for lurking. Everyone who subbed recently, thank you for the subscribe. If you're watching this as a VOD, thank you. I honestly don't know how I rambled for that long and still only got part way through the letter D. Went up by 2. Woo! I don't know how that happened, but we'll do it again. Mostly, not immediately because my throat is wrecked, but we'll do it again. So that being said, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.